Guys that we left behind, Wheeler, Alvarado, Trey, Romano, they couldn't be here. The guys that have come up from Lehigh Valley and helped us out. This is a great team effort. Great team effort. Back-to-back National League East champions. Doesn't happen too often. JT, how many we got left, buddy?
Whatever the hell it takes, Caplan!
That was the scene inside the Phillies clubhouse last night as they come from behind to beat the Dodgers in extra innings 6-5 and officially are back-to-back National League East champions. That was the manager, Rob Thompson, addressing the team in the clubhouse after the game. How many more? Whatever it takes, says JT Realmuto. What a game last night. We'll dive into it here on a Tuesday edition of the Sports Bash live on 97.3 ESPN, the 97.3 ESPN free mobile app, live video streaming on the X platform and on YouTube at Mike Gill Show. What's up, everybody? The Phillies win the division last night. They beat the Dodgers, and now they have pushed the Dodgers even further back in the standings for the number 2 seed, and they have closed the gap on Milwaukee to just a game and a half. So they are now going after the Brouhahas. Dodgers right now 5.5 games behind the Phillies in the race for the number 2 seed. We want to hear from you on the Phillies. You know, last night's game, this is a playoff atmosphere, right? That was a playoff type of game. You see what the Dodgers did last night. They start the game with a left-handed pitcher with the thought of, hey, we'll use this left-handed pitcher because of Schwarber and Harper. And the guy gives up a home run in the first inning, and they go right to the bullpen. So they use an opener in the game yesterday. That's how big this game was for the Dodgers last night. They knew, hey, we got to get through this inning. Let's go with a lefty. Let's try to get the guys out. And obviously it backfired on them early in the game. They're down 1-0. Rangers Suarez then obviously pitched pretty well last night. It wasn't vintage Ranger Suarez last night, but he pitched pretty well in the game last night. But, you know, obviously in 6 innings, he gave up 7 hits, 3 runs. He had the 5 strikeouts. He did give up that home run, which was a big moment in the game. And you take a look at that, it's 1-1 when Muncy hit the home run to make it 2-1. And then the Betts sac fly makes it 3-1. And at that point, you know, it's 3-1 in the 5th and then the 6th. And the Phillies' offense is just absolutely lifeless last night up to that point as, you know, the kid Sheehan came in and he kind of shut them down. 7 strikeouts in 5 2/3 of relief. You know, he was supposed to start the game. They ended up changing course, going with the opener. But once the Phillies then could not get any offense going really after that home run that was hit by Schwarber early in the game. They could not get anything going, and then finally they kind of woke up a little bit. They finally woke up a little bit later on in that 7th inning when they end up getting the 3 runs there, and you're feeling pretty good because all of a sudden in the 7th, you had the Stott single and then the Wilson home run. I mean, Weston Wilson, the 9-hole hitter, comes up and hits a jack to make it 4-3, and unfortunately – the Kerr story, you know, obviously that kind of backfired a little bit there. He gave up a home run to start the 7th. And then obviously you get the runs back and you get the game to Duran. Well, actually, forgot about the Harper home run. But Betts hits the home run off of Kerr. That ties the game up. Then Harper hits the home run. And you're thinking, wow. 5-4, go into the 9th with Duran coming on. Does it get any more playoff feel than this? I mean, Bryce Harper, who's kind of had like, you know, a kind of an uneven season, like not a moment that really stands out for Harper too much. And there you go. He hits one at Dodger Stadium in the top of the 8th inning to give you a 5-4 lead. And now you turn the ball over to Duran, and you're thinking, lights out, baby. Here we go. And then he gives up a home run. It's 5-5. We head to the 10th. Phillies get the run. Then they load the bases up against David Robertson. Robertson wiggles his way out of the inning. In that 10th inning, obviously they start with the ghost runner on second base there. But right after that, it got a little itchy there, right? Robertson ends up, you have the runner on that gets the ground ball to short, that gets now bets over to third. Freeman comes up. They intentionally walk him. So now it's first and third. You're trying to set up the double play. They get another walk to load the bases. And then Rojas popped up to short, and then the Muncy ground ball to first base. That ends the game. The Phillies win 6-5. They win the division. They hit 90 wins. They open up a 5.5-game lead on the Dodgers. They win the National League East. And it was a playoff game last night. You're at Dodger Stadium last night, and is that the kind of game that the Phillies can win in a playoff series? That's a game where the Dodgers, they went with the bullpen game, but they reversed course pretty quickly on that and literally switched in the first inning last night. So Sheehan was the scheduled starter. He was the announced starter earlier in the day, and they make the switch with Banda, the lefty. He gets one out in the game. They get him out of the game immediately, and Sheehan comes in, and he dominated pretty much his entire time. And the Phillies' offense was really silent until the home run from Harper in that 7th inning. Well, I should say the 7th inning, and then the home run from Harper. So, I don't know. It had a feel of a playoff game last night. It was late night. How many people made it all the way to the end? Did you make it all the way to the end there last night, Josh?
I made it to the end, but also I'm a late night owl anyway, so
Yeah.
I don't really fit the normal category.
Well, I'll tell you what. It was 3-1 when I kind of dozed off. That was the breaking point for me. 3-1 with Ranger Suarez on the mound.
Really quick, so for you, going into it, because you're a guy who wakes up a lot earlier than I do. So
Yeah, I was up this morning way too early, and I looked at my phone, saw the 6-5 win. Then I went and, I recorded the game, so I kind of rewatched in like fast forward mode this morning.
Yeah.
Kind of fast forward through the 2 innings where they didn't score, and I rewatched the inning with what was that, the 7th, I guess, where the Phillies scored 3 runs. Yeah, I rewatched from kind of that point on.
Gotcha. So for you, were you trying to stay up, or were you just like, look, whatever happens, happens?
No, I tried to stay up.
Okay.
At some point, I just kind of ran out of gas. I said, that's it.
I can't wait to hear what Nuggets.
I'm watching that. Well, I'm watching the first football game,
Right.
which, was good because that football game led you right to the Phillies.
Right to the Phillies.
And then you had the 2 football games on. You had the second football game on and the Phillies. And you can't go multi-view with NBC Sports Philadelphia. At least not on YouTube TV you can't.
It's a huge flaw in the YouTube TV ointment.
Now, can other carriers, can you go multi-view with NBC?
Xfinity you can, because Xfinity now is doing a multi-view.
Well, I figured Xfinity will because they own NBC Philadelphia.
Right.
So, yeah, if you are trying to do multi-view, you generally can do it for like ESPN, Fox Sports, like the news channel. So, like if, for whatever instance, you wanted to watch, I don't know, some amalgamation of like Fox News and CNN and then a football game and another football game, you could do that.
Right.
You can do on a Sunday 4 football games.
Correct.
But you can't do NBC Philadelphia and watch the Phillies and the football game at the same time.
Nope.
Can't do that. So that was a little frustrating. But Phillies and the football game wasn't great, the second game. So I was flipping back and forth. And then I finally just kind of settled in on the Phillies game as I was dozing off a little bit.
Gotcha.
Fell asleep for a little bit, woke back up. It was 3-1 Phillies. I tried to power through a little bit more, and I said, all right, I'll get the – I know I'm recording it, so I was like, I'll get the rundown in the morning. I'm up so early, I could have watched the game 3 times by the time I got here. But it was an instant classic last night as Paul from Millville texts. He says, oh, man, Mike, it was a shame the game was on at 10 and went on to 1 because a lot of people did not see this instant classic. If Stubbs is playing today, take the Stubbs home run in the Phillies hangover game. We need to take care of business and get that 1 seed. That's funny because you watched the partying going on in the locker room last night. But last year, I feel like they won the hangover game.
They did last year.
And it was Ranger Suarez, I think, was pitching that day.
I'll pull it up.
Now, I don't think tonight well, Ranger's not pitching tonight, obviously. It's Christopher Sanchez tonight. But the Phillies can't afford to have the hangover game. Because, as Paul from Millville just pointed out, the number one seed is within view here. Like, they can get that number one seed from the Brewers. They are 1.5 behind the Brewers with 3 weeks, a little less than 3 weeks left to go. Now, the Brewers did not play last night. They will play the Angels tonight. Milwaukee, the rest of the way here, they play the Angels. They play St. Louis, San Diego, and Cincinnati. Cincinnati and San Diego are both playing for playoff possibilities. I mean, San Diego's playing for the division still, and Cincinnati is right there in the playoff chase. So they have two teams that are behind them, or not them, but that are in the playoff race. Cincinnati is 2 back of the Mets for a wild card spot, and the Padres are still in the wild card right now, but they are 2 back of the Dodgers in the West. So they have 2 series coming up with teams that really need to win those games.
They actually lost the next game last year. So
Did they?
after they won with Nola on the mound against the Cubs on Monday. Tuesday, the next day, they had Tanner Banks as an opener, followed by Taijuan Walker, Kobe Allard, and Tyler Gilbert.
Nice. Well, I don't know what the lineup's going to be today. We'll see. But I would imagine, like now people saw Bryce Harper last night funneling quote-unquote beers. Apparently he had apple juice in those beers.
Correct.
From what I understand. Bryce does not drink.
He does not. Him and Joel Embiid would hang out.
Yeah, Bryce does not drink, but people saw him funneling the beer. Now, you saw the one with Kyle Schwarber last night, and he said, I'm hammered.
He got tanked.
Yeah, he was blasting. I cannot funnel a beer.
Really?
No, I am not able to funnel a beer.
Did you ever do
weak
the
sauce?
You ever do the upside down keg?
Can't do it.
Can't do
nothing with chugging. I'm not a good chugger.
I can do that.
No chugging, no funnels, no upside down keg stands, nothing like that.
To me, it's a mentality. Either you can or you can't do it.
I just can't do it. By the way, some news. Rob Thompson last night said that they are hoping Trey Turner will make it back for the regular season. He did take ground balls not last night. He was not on the trip last night, but Alec Boehm was out there. He is hoping, they're saying, to get back when he's available on Friday, but the team just keeps on plugging along without those guys. And I thought that last night, there's a couple things in the game that, we try to point out after the game's over. And there was a couple things. Number one, all right, the couple key things from the game last night is the bottom half of the order, the guys that are giving you stuff. I mean, Otto Kemp, you got to give this guy some credit. I mean, people, I know a lot of people like Kemp. He had great minor league numbers, and then people like, hey, this guy's killing it down there. Why don't you bring him up? And he had some big hits while he was up here, but his numbers weren't great. Then he got sent back down. He kind of seemed like the odd man out. Then he comes back up here, and he's been the primary third baseman. And keep in mind, they're winning right now with Trey Turner out. Then Edmundo Sosa, who's takes over for Trey, is now out. They've got Stott, who's a Gold Glove level second baseman, having to go over to play shortstop. And now they're on, Weston Wilson and what's the guy's name? Donovan Walton playing second base. I mean, and by the way, Shohei Ohtani's pitching tonight. The only guy who has a hit against Ohtani in the Phillies lineup is Walton. Did you know that?
I did not.
So is he in the lineup tonight?
That's a good question.
He is 1 for 1. Weston Wilson played second base last night. But to me, something that really stands out is the Phillies without Trey Turner, without Alec Boehm, and now without Edmundo Sosa. You're thinking, my gosh, like no Turner, no Boehm. How are they going to get enough offense? And they're continuing with guys like Kemp and Wilson. Wilson hits that home run last night. He made a nice play at second base last night. I mean, it's pretty unbelievable with what's going on with this Phillies team right now. Chris in Mays Landing checks in, says, was watching the Phillies play as well as the Chargers. I hate to say it. As much as I knew Philly had to win that game, the Chargers' low-scoring game was just as interesting. The Chargers seem to be a problem this year. Once their defense is fully healthy, I don't see them giving up many points. So it's interesting. I read that text message because I was flipping back and forth too, and he's saying how the Chargers' low-scoring game was just as interesting, and that game had me bored to tears.
I don't think it was a boring game, but I think that
Like the Phillies game kept drawing me back.
the Phillies game was just more interesting.
Yeah, the Phillies game just felt like a playoff game,
Yeah.
whereas that game last night felt like the second Monday Night Football game.
Yes.
It was tough to watch. With the broadcast was rough last night.
Dude, Chris Fowler, get a lozenge or something.
Yeah, that was a rough broadcast overall. And then you had the first Monday night game, which the production and everything was just so much better. You got Buck and Aikman, obviously.
Pros.
Just so much, more. It had a bigger feel to the game than that second late
And
night
it was a
one.
great ending, too.
Yeah. It was an awesome game. That game was great.
I love me some Baker Mayfield. He's amazing.
609-403-0973. Text board's open. I want to get everybody's thoughts, though, on this Phillies team and how they're winning these games. Like, is how they're winning these games kind of helping you guys feel better about this team at all? Because I know there's a lot of people out there that are still kind of like, yeah, I don't care. Like, I don't believe in them. I'll believe it when, like Bader, he struck out 3 times, by the way, last night.
Yeah.
The Schwarber home run, the Harper home run, and then just getting it from guys at the bottom half of the lineup. It's just been – it's almost like you can't believe what you're seeing. Like, how do they keep winning without – you're down Trey Turner, and then his backup goes out. It's pretty impressive when you think about it. 609-403-0973. 609-403-0973. Sports Bash is live today. It's a Tuesday show, so Vic Fangio speaks. We'll have that for you coming up at the end of this hour. Jeff Kerr, CBS Sports, CBS 3, is going to join us in the 3 o'clock hour. Who's in, who's out, our NFL playoff teams, 14 playoff teams. Man, I'll tell you what, the AFC playoff field is tough to predict right now. It is tough to predict which teams are going to make the playoff from the AFC right now. It is not a very deep conference over there. Plus, what else we got going on today? We got the Nuggets. We got one thought every game. Casey Joyner as we put week 2 of the NFL in the books. How's everybody doing out there? Give us some thoughts on the Phillies. First thought on the Phillies is what? 609-403-0973. 609-403-0973. First thought on the Phillies is what?
Thank God they won.
They needed that one last night.
Yeah.
It clinches it for them, but now they can start to turn their attention to the Brewers. Now they can start to turn their attention to the Brewers. Red October is back, and you can listen to Red October Baseball right here on 97.3 ESPN. The Phillies are the back-to-back NL East champs. We're talking Phils. We're talking Eagles, Rams. You out there, I'm Mike Gill. This is the Sports Bash. No Phillies lineup tonight because they are on the West Coast, but the pitching matchup is brought to you by Instant Services, South Jersey's premier HVAC, plumbing, and electrical service provider. Go to instantservices.com to learn about their preventative maintenance memberships and how they can keep your systems running strong year-round. It's Game 2 tonight. It's a really good pitching matchup. Christopher Sanchez goes for win number 14, and he will be opposed by Shohei Ohtani, who's looking for win number 2. Sanchez, 2.57 ERA with a 1.1 whip, 192 strikeouts in 182 innings pitched. Ohtani has a 3.75 ERA, a 1.19 whip, 49 strikeouts in 36 innings pitched. Ohtani against Sanchez. And that is your pitching matchup tonight, brought to you by Instant Services. Go to instantservices.com. Good pitching matchup tonight, man. Going to make it late, right. Got to make – well, at least you'll get to see – you should be up at 10 o'clock, most people out there. I would assume, you can at least lay in your bed and watch it at 10
True.
o'clock.
That's very true.
How many people in the listening audience go to bed before 10?
Good question.
I got one beef here. The Phillies put postseason gear out already at Fanatics.
Feels a little premature.
Well, they won the division last night.
Sure, but I mean,
I don't have a problem with them putting the gear out.
so what's the issue?
How much do you think the hat is?
Too much? I don't know, 50?
Is 50 your answer, number one? And if that is the answer,
To me, all hats should be somewhere between 15 and 30 bucks.
the hat is $53.
Way too much money.
$53 for the hat. First off, who buys? What kind of person buys the divisional round stuff? Not the divisional round. This one isn't even like NL East champions or nothing. By the way, who even buys NL East? But this one just says October baseball. And then the hat, it's a Phillies hat, and on the side it says postseason on it. $53.
Yeah, that's not worth $53.
$53 for the postseason hat. Come on, man.
That should be like 20 bucks.
I like this tweet. They better re-sign Schwarber for a $53 hat. No, I don't think that. I don't think the Phillies set that price. That's a Fanatics price.
But still, it's a good tweet there.
Yeah. All right, 609-403-0973. 609-403-0973. All right, I do want to flip to some Eagles stuff real quick. Kevin Batula, we're going to have Vic Fangio's presser coming up in about 10 minutes from now. Kevin Batula also spoke today. He was asked by Reuben Frank, what can you do to get the ball down the field? And Batula says when you look at when we game plan and stuff like that, it's obviously always the first thing we do is ask, how do we want to push the ball down the field? Well, apparently the first way to try to help that is to not run the same pass play pattern 10 times in a row, as Dan Orlovsky pointed out yesterday on NFL Live.
The pass game right now feels very predictable, and that's very specific to A.J. Brown. 10 times yesterday, 10. They had A.J. Brown basically line up at the same spot and run essentially the same route. Now, at times it works because he's A.J. Brown, but there has to become more variance in relation to A.J. Brown's route running and what they do off of it. There's a reality where the defense just knew what he was running.
So you have A.J. Brown, and you ask him to run the same pattern 10 times. Now, he said sometimes you can do that because he's A.J. Brown. But wouldn't you want to benefit more from having A.J. Brown on your roster and on your team and in your play package and say, you know what, let's do some things that are a little less predictable with this player? Because if I have a player who's really, really good, the only way that I can really help myself try to stop him is at least figure out what he's trying to do.
Right.
If I don't know what he's doing, you know how much harder it is to try to stop him?
A lot harder.
Oh, my God. And I'm listening to Orlovsky say this, and we're wondering what's going on with the pass offense. And then he gets asked a question today, how do you get the ball down the field? And he's like, well, that's what we always ask. Well, that's actions speak louder than words, and your actions are saying you're not trying to pump the ball down the field that much at all. Now, Ed Kratz from Sports Illustrated asked a question. Says, It looked like you might have had long explosive play dialed up from the first play, but some breakdown in pass protection there. Is that accurate? He says, yeah, we had a shot. It didn't happen. Unfortunately, we were in second and long. We just had to play it out from there. But, yeah, we definitely did. So the first play of the game, you had an explosive play lined up, and that was it?
That sounds like a bad game plan to me.
You never went back to it and said, hey, that play looked like it worked, but they got a little pressure, so we just scrapped it? I don't like these answers, and I don't like the fact that this team has the weapons it does, and they're not utilizing them. Now, I don't care how you win the game. I'm not saying that. I'm not saying you got to score more points or you got to blow these teams out. A win is a win, and I don't care about that. And this team has already proven to me that they can raise the level up. But I will say this. That Chiefs team is just not explosive enough. And I wondered this. I asked this question yesterday. Were the Eagles more conservative because they knew we don't have to be that explosive to beat this team? In other words, and I can understand this. This is what I'm trying to get into the mind a little bit. In other words, there's no reason for me to show other teams some stuff here. You know what I'm saying? Is that acceptable?
I mean, it's acceptable, but I don't think that should mean you should sacrifice putting your team in the best position to win the game just because you don't want to give away something. Like, let's be realistic. Every NFL team kind of already has an idea what you're running, right? So unless there's some like special trick play, what are you really hiding from the rest of the league for later in the year?
I mean, if you don't put stuff on film, then they can't really prepare for it all that much. It's kind of the concept here. Like, if I can't see it.
Well, the problem is if you don't give any variety, as Orlovsky says, teams like the Chiefs will know what's coming.
You watched it on the Chiefs. They kind of knew exactly where AJ was going to go in relation to where he was starting in the game, or at least where he was starting his route lineup-wise and where he ends up. So there needs to be some route variation for A.J. Brown in their pass game to get better. They win the game. They made some big-time plays. But that is something they have to look at.
Yeah. Listen, the route tree for A.J. should be one where you're always guessing. Even if it's short, intermediate stuff. Just get him the ball in space, let him catch the ball, make you miss, make you have to tackle him in open space. I'm not asking for you to take 25-yard pops down the field to him 10 times a game, but if you're going to run the same pattern 10 times in a row, you're certainly going to help out the defense try to defend one of the more indefensible players in the league.
And that's what I'm saying. Like, I understand that you don't want to give away the whole game plan for the season in one game, but as Orlovsky said, if you only run the same stuff, teams are going to know it's coming. So now you're on the flip side.
Well, he was asked a question by Dave Zongaro. Says, when it comes to tendency breakers, do you have a philosophy on when's the right time to go long? He said, quote, I think it really depends on, obviously, you can do that early in the game. You can do it late in the game. You can pop up whenever. It just depends on what you're featuring that day, what's working. If something's working, it may come up. It may not. You may go into a game and say, like, hey, this is the play we've got to break the tendency with. But then it never occurs because it's not that kind of game for it. So it's a little bit of a back-and-forth guessing game, like in game. Sometimes it appears, sometimes it doesn't. Maybe it's a week from now. You know what I mean? It doesn't have to be that game right away sometimes. And that's what I'm talking about is, do they get the feel of like, you know what? I think we have this game kind of in like where we want it right now. I don't need to peel the onion of my playbook anymore.
I think that's a poor strategy. Because what you're basically saying is we'll just, put it on cruise control and get to the finish line. Like, I don't think you need to, peel much of the onion away just to have a little variation, a little variety of something.
Now, A.J. Brown was on the Jordan Schultz podcast. Do we have that sound still? When he was asked about
I have to reload
being used as a decoy. Because is this a possibility that he's still, and now he said, no, I'm not being used as a decoy.
Well,
I'm
he was
100%.
targeted 10 times on Sunday.
Exactly. But my point is the fact that they're running the same patterns with him and they're not really asking him to do much different. Like, they got him the ball more, they targeted him more, but not in very creative ways.
No, because Orlovsky said that Brown was running predictable routes.
They get away with it at times because he is so dominant. But if I'm watching this and you're a defensive coordinator, And you're saying when A.J. Brown is 5 yards or 4 yards outside of the numbers, A.J. Brown is going to push up to 5 yards and run a slant or a short in. And so through 2 games, there's just this minimization of the routes that A.J. is running, and there is a predictability.
There is a predictability. And the one question would be, is that by design? That's what in my head, the question is, and maybe I'm not asking the question the right way, but are they just trying right now to not show, a lot early in the season and make this offense evolve a little bit more and say, hey, listen, we're just going to kind of keep growing it week to week. The retort to that would be, well, you didn't grow it from last week to the week before. You actually took a step back.
Right.
I don't know. Rams are a different animal.
Very different animal.
Are the Rams now better than the Chiefs?
Yes.
609-403-0973. I'm Mike Gill. Coming up, we just played a little bit of Kevin Batula, or talked a little bit about what Kevin Batula was asked about today at his press conference. Coming up next, though, you're going to hear from the defensive coordinator, Vic Fangio. What did he like and what did he not like about the game on Sunday? What stood out to him in the game plan against Patrick Mahomes and the Chiefs? Find out next. You'll hear from Eagles defensive coordinator Vic Fangio on the Sports Bash live on 97.3 ESPN. All right, 241. Don't forget, listen for that contest sounder this hour. And when you hear it, be the seventh caller at 609-573-3776. You are entered to win tickets to go see the Eagles-Giants game at MetLife Stadium. We're going to be at Maynard's in Margate next Wednesday, a week from tomorrow, with a chance to win those tickets to go see the Eagles-Giants Thursday night football game. All right, coming up in the next hour, Jeff Kerr, CBS Sports. We'll talk a little Eagles and Phillies with us. Who's in, who's out, the unsportsmanlike moment of the day. But right now, let's get to Eagles defensive coordinator Vic Fangio right here on the Sports Bash.
Any adjustments? How'd you change things up in terms of keeping Mahomes from running in the second half?
Yeah, he was a real problem there in the first half. I thought we really played good in the first half, except for letting him run for, 60-some yards in the first half. And, so we had started in the first half, we pressured more to try and help that. And the pressure helped us.
What was the philosophy with the blitzes? We obviously didn't see them in the Super Bowl. Why in this game?
Well, we didn't need them in the first game you're alluding to, and we needed them in this game. So they're always there. It's just whether you need them or not.
How much did Jalen Carter's presence mean for that pressure that you were able to?
He had some good rushes. He's still, I think he needs to round into better shape. Both he and I talked about that, and he readily admits that, and I think we'll even get more. But I thought for everything that has gone on in his world, I thought he played pretty good.
Him needing to get in better shape, is that a result of not playing in week one, or is that something you've noticed?
No, not just playing week one. It's just everything.
What did you see from Za'Darius during the week that gave you confidence that he could be part of the rotation? And then how did you think he played?
Yeah, I thought for coming in on such short notice, he made some good plays. Obviously, he can get a lot better, too, which I think he will with gaining more knowledge of what we're doing. But it kind of put to bed, they have this rule where in training camp you have to have these acclimation periods, where you can, no pads, then how many are on the field. They don't do acclimation periods for signings in season, or like Chase Campbell, who we signed 2 days before the last preseason game, played in that game.
Best game Jordan Davis has had for you?
I don't know. He's been playing really good since the back third or back quarter of last year into this year. So I think it's been more of a continuation of what we've been seeing lately.
How did that happen with Jalen Carter? How did he get to the point where he wasn't in the fitness level that you guys needed coming out of training camp?
There's a lot of reasons for that. One, he has had a shoulder issue, which has limited his time on the practice field. The shorter practices that we do, the lack of reps that he's gotten for multiple reasons, all of that.
What do you think of Drew's performance? Obviously, the big play at the goal line, but that third one stop specifically, how do you think he did?
Yeah, he had some really nice plays. The two you're alluding to, obviously, did a good job when we brought him on the one pressure. I thought he had some really, really nice plays, and then some other ones that we got to eliminate too.
What happened on the two deep balls, the one that wasn't completed and then the one that was? What happened?
Yeah, he, on the last one, we messed up an adjustment there. And on the other one, Adoree lost his coverage there.
Going back to Jalen Carter, it looked like he was having some issue with his hand there during the game. Did you notice that? Did he say anything about that to you?
He's got a little something there, but it's nothing that's going to slow him down too much.
To follow up on the blitzing question, I know you have it in there, but what dictates whether you decide to use it in a given game?
Well, two things. One, do we need it? And two, do I think it's a good time to call it?
What about your personnel? Is it playing to the strengths or having those types of linebackers or safeties that can do it and do it well?
Yeah, that's part of the equation. You know, you also have to have guys that can cover too. So it's an 11-man operation.
One more jailing question. Played outside, few snaps, wasn't many, but is that something you see envisioning increasing, or is that just?
That'll be game to game.
I think there was a feeling maybe outside the building that this defense, since it had so many losses, would take a little time to maybe come together. It looks like it's coming together pretty quickly. What's your take on that?
It's a week-to-week league, as you guys know. You know, it didn't look good in the first half of the first game. Second half got better. This game, it was better. TBD, we got another one on Sunday at 1 o'clock. But, yeah, I think we'll get better and better as the season goes. We got some young guys, new guys that should do nothing but improve. And also I'll get a better feel for what the unit can and can't do and what needs to be the style of play that we need to play most often.
What makes Nolan a good run defender?
Is what?
What makes Nolan Smith a good run defender?
His mindset, number one. You know, playing good run defense is a mindset, and he's got the mindset, and he attacks blocks, and he's fearless.
How much of the system did he know going into the game, and how much more can he grow into it?
He knew enough that we felt comfortable playing him, but obviously he should know more today than he did then, and he should know more next week than he did. He's got a lot of learning to do.
Assessment of Adori's performance overall.
I thought it was improved. I thought he did some good things, and hopefully that will kickstart him into being a good corner for us.
What did you think of Mora Joma's performance? I think I saw you had 6 pressures. What did you see when you watched him?
You know, Mo's a good player for us. You know, he was last year. Now he's going to get more reps, so he should be showing up more. You know, he's a good football player. You know, you need to stop being surprised by that.
Top of mind as you get ready for the Rams?
What's what?
Top of mind for getting ready for the Rams.
Yeah, they have a great offense. Their scheme is really good and tough to prepare for, tough to play. They got a great quarterback operating it. They got now 2 great receivers. Sean does a great job calling the game. He's a really good play caller throughout the course of a game. It's a extremely difficult assignment.
Jihad, week 2, how do you think he performed? And his length is kind of unique. How in your history, how unique is his length?
Yeah, he played well. And I think he's, you know, kind of like we were just saying, he's going to continue to get better and better and better the more he plays. There's really usually a good correlation. The more you practice, the more you play, the better you get. And he's going through that, and he's getting better and better every day. And really happy to have him. Love his work ethic and his attitude. And he's doing a good job for us. And his length and speed is an added bonus.
What are the keys for those middle field defenders when there's eye candy, which Sean uses a lot at the snap?
Yeah, you just got to play your techniques and your fundamentals, regardless of what's going on in front of you. You know, it's discipline.
A lot of you guys talk about Drew's ability to be around the football. I guess, in your experience, what goes into that for a player? Like, is that something you develop? Is that something that's purely instinctual? I guess what?
Both. You know, he obviously has some instincts for that. And the more you play and the more you learn a defense and your assignments and what's expected of you, that will improve too. But he's got the foundation of it already being in him.
Seen a trend going back to last year that's continued this year in terms of improvement in the second half of games. What goes into halftime adjustments or in-game adjustments that allows your defense to do that?
You know, halftime adjustments are way overblown. Halftime is 12 minutes long. Takes me a few minutes to get down. Takes me a few minutes to get back up. You need to be making adjustments all throughout the game. You know, if our offense has a good drive, there might be more than 12 minutes in between when we're on the field. So in between series, you got to be doing it. I got to be doing it in my own mind from a play calling standpoint. So, it's constant. The idea of halftime adjustments is overblown, in my opinion. It's a constant during a game.
What do the Rams depth at receiver offer a challenge for you guys? You tried different things in secondary so far this year.
Yeah, they got two great receivers in Puka and Adams. They got good tight ends. Tutu's a fast, quick guy. And Stafford is one of the most gifted passers you'll ever see. And with his experience. So, and their whole offense is based upon running the ball. So it will be an all-day sucker for us for sure.
Since you didn't have to blitz in the Super Bowl, were any of those blitzes from Sunday just holdovers?
Maybe one or two, but really a lot of them were stuff that we carry every week.
All right, there's Vic Fangio. Holdovers. He's just holding them in his back pocket. I wanted to blitz you in the Super Bowl, but I didn't really have to.
Hey, that's the way Fangio works, man. He has been on record saying that, he gives the guys a lot of stuff during training camp, right? And he says, we work it in throughout the season.
All right, so a couple takeaways from that. Jahai Campbell will continue to get better and better and better. I like to hear that because obviously I thought he's played really well the first 2 weeks, better last week. The stuff early in the conversation about Jordan Davis, the fact that how much he has played well. And, that's very positive to hear the fact that Fangio thinks he's playing well. Because Fangio's like, well, he could be better. He acknowledged he is playing well and how much that helps this defense out. But the Rams are a big challenge. He talked about that. We're going to talk more Eagles, Rams throughout the week. And, of course, today, Jeff Kerr, CBS Sports, covers the NFL, the NFC East, and the Eagles. Plus, he covers the Phillies for CBS 3 Philadelphia. And he is set to join us coming up next on the Sports Bash Live on 97.3 ESPN. But first, I need caller number 7 right now, 609-573-3776. Caller 7, 609-573-3776. Caller 7, you are entered to win tickets to see the Eagles-Giants Thursday night game at MetLife Stadium on October the 9th. Caller 7, you must be present to win on Wednesday, September 24th at Maynard's in Margate, 9306 Amherst Avenue. The Sports Bash will be live on location. One lucky winner will walk away with a pair of tickets to the game, which includes round-trip transportation with all Eagles fans and an all-day tailgate party. Caller 7 right now, 609-573-3776. Good luck. 3 o'clock hour of the Sports Bash. It's brought to you by Broadlee's Plumbing, Heating, and Air Conditioning, your trusted source for heating, plumbing, service, and installation for generations. Call 609-390-3907. Online at broadlees.net. Hey, Rob in Deerfield, congratulations. Rob is one of the qualifiers now. He has a shot to win Eagles-Giants tickets for Thursday night football. We're going to be live at Maynard's in Margate a week from tomorrow. Stop out and see the show live on location, and we'll have a pair of tickets to give away for the show. One lucky winner walks away with a pair of tickets to see the show here on the Sports Bash Live on 97.3 ESPN. We've got a busy hour for you. Jeff Kerr set to join us this hour. Who's in, who's out, the unsportsmanlike moment of the day later on this hour as well. I was listening to Unsportsmanlike this morning with Evan Canty and Michelle. Actually, they had on Seth Rollins when I was listening on my drive-in from work today. He had some interesting things about the Chicago Bears and how frustrating it is. And it made me think about, the Phillies have won the division for the second straight year. They've got another 90-win season. Rob Thompson, by the way, with that win last night, is the only manager. There's only 4 managers in Major League Baseball history to make the postseason in each of their first 4 seasons as the manager. Did you think that would be the case when they hired Rob Thompson to take over for Joe Girardi? That he would be one of only 4 managers in Major League Baseball history. For as much heat that Rob Thompson gets from people out there, I don't know if that says one of 2 things, or 2 of 3 things, maybe. 1, Rob Thompson's either A, a good manager, or B, the manager doesn't mean all that much. Which one is it?
Both. I think Rob is good at what he's asked to do. And I think what he's asked to do is manage the people on the team. But at the same time, nobody wins with bad players. So you still have to have good players to win games.
Well, and part of the funny part of that is, though, is that so many people say the Phillies aren't good enough. So you can't have it both. Like, this team's not good enough. We know the story. They're not, like, if we know the story and they're not good enough, for them to get 90 wins, I don't know what that says about the manager. Like, I'm one who says the manager's kind of low on the list of their success in terms of his X's and O's. But I think Thompson is really the perfect guy in terms of how steady Eddie he is. I know so many people out there want this guy to flip tables over and just go crazy. This team doesn't need that. That's not what this team needs. Every team has a different personality. And I think the Phillies' personality works perfectly with Rob Thompson. They have an older group of guys. It is frustrating at times that sometimes they go through these malaises and then, the guy's half asleep in the dugout. Well, that's what this team kind of needs. They don't need – you think Kyle Schwarber wants some moron kicking dirt and flipping trash cans over in the dugout? No. I mean, you ever listen to Kyle Schwarber talk? He's a very mild-mannered guy, very laid back. Kyle Schwarber is exactly the personality that this team is, and that's what Rob Thompson brings to this team. So I saw that last night. By the way, do you know who the 4 managers are?
All right, so read me the exact line again.
This is from Jeff Kerr.
Yes.
Only managers in Major League Baseball history to make the postseason in each of their first 4 seasons as manager. Rob Thompson is one. There are 3 others.
As manager with a specific team or just in general?
Doesn't say. Only managers in Major League history to make the postseason. Now, I find it hard to believe that a guy made the playoffs 3 years in a row and then got canned and then got hired someplace else that made it the 4th year with a different team.
Well, that's what I was wondering because, for example, Joe Torre in his first few years with the Yankees, but he was a manager with other teams before that. That's why I was asking that question. So I'll kind of stick with with a team. I will go with Casey Stengel. Cito Gaston, and who else could maybe be? But again, he managed somewhere else before he got to the other team. Oh boy.
Well, you're 0 for 2.
I'm 0 for 2. All right.
Yeah. The answers are Dave Roberts.
Oh, I would never would have guessed.
Aaron Boone.
Oh, all right.
and Mike Matheny.
Oh, Cardinals.
There you go. Rob Thompson is now the fourth. And, of course, the Phillies have made the playoffs for the fourth straight year, all with Rob Thompson as the manager of the team. He obviously took over for Joe Girardi back in the 2022 season. They made it in 2022 as a wild card team. They made it in 2023 as a wild card team. In 2024, they were the division champions. And now in 2025, they have won back-to-back National League East championships. What is it about this team that they kind of have changed the narrative to some? They go out west, and as Jeff Kerr, who covers the Phillies for CBS 3, joins us now on the Sports Bash. I'm going to talk a little Eagles and Phillies. Of course, Jeff covers the Phillies for CBS 3. You can see him on the Phillies Weekly podcast on the X platform and on YouTube, and his coverage of the Phillies at CBS3.com. He joins me right now on the Sports Bash Live on 97.3 ESPN. Well, Jeff, they've won the division back-to-back seasons, and yet it seems that everybody's always trying to find out what's wrong with this team. What are some of the things that are right with this team?
Well, they're a very resilient bunch, Mike, as you can figure out. I mean, look, I tweeted last night. I was just thinking of all the guys that were on IL or were suspension for this year. You know, remember, there was a time during this year where they were in first place in the division. Bryce Harper missed a month. Jose Alvarado was out 2 months. That was your closer going into the season, by the way. And Aaron Nola was out 2 months, and he wasn't pitching well when he was in. You ended up losing Alec Boehm twice. You lost Trey Turner in September, didn't miss a beat. You didn't have Ranger Suarez the first month of the season. He's been excellent. This team just withstood a ton of injuries. We were worried about the depth on this team all season long. And Dave Dombrowski made the right moves for them. And look at that, they got 90 wins, and it definitely looks like they're going to get 95 or even more. They're going to have a better record than they did last year.
Yeah, and I mean, it still seems that people are like, I've already seen this. I know it's the end. Do you feel that this version, with a lot of the same pieces, is different?
I think it is. I think the feel is different. And look, I tried to defend last year's team as much as I can, right? Because I did not like the narrative that, they were cold going into the postseason. I'm like, well, not really. They had winning records in August and September. I mean, people like to say, well, they were 500 since this date. Well, I can play that game too. I can make up a date and say they were over 500, right? But no, but the vibes are different with this team. And that's the one thing I've been trying to harp on, I guess. It just feels like the trade deadline moves they made sparked them, whether it was Harrison Bader or getting a bona fide closer and Johan Duran. I think that they created I shouldn't say a new culture. I just think that it was a breath of fresh air for this team, that they were able to get guys that, that worked for them. And they still had the core of this team. Kyle Schwarber carried this team for a while. Bryce Harper looks like he's starting to carry this team. Trey Turner carried them all year. Alec Boehm, he struggled most of this year, but he's had stretches where he's carried them. And look, honestly, right now, Mike, the bottom of the order's hitting too. So it just doesn't feel – it just feels a little bit different with this group. And I think Rob Thompson has been a part of that too, not backing down to anything. It's, I mean, how many times has he stood up for a player that – I don't want to bring up Nick Castellanos, but I'm going to, right? I'm just trying to find the right wording for it. It's more of I feel like he has his foot on the gas pedal a little more this year than he has in previous years.
I wanted to ask you, because you tweeted something out. We were just talking about it right before you came on. Jeff Kerr from CBS Sports, CBS 3, covers the Phillies. Is that this team has made the playoffs 4 straight years. Thompson is the only manager. There's 3 others and Thompson that have made the playoffs 4 straight seasons as the manager. What role do you say that Thompson has in all this? Because there's a lot of people out there, that don't think he's a very good manager or think that he's holding them back or he will be the problem come playoff time. What role does Thompson have in this team's success to you?
Well, I'll tell you what, Mike, I'll always fire back when people say that. Well, then you didn't watch the Phillies before June 3rd, 2022. And if you did, you have no idea what you're watching, because this guy came in here and they won 8 straight games and they haven't slowed down, right? That's all they've done is make the playoffs. That's all. I think it's the calming presence he brings, right? They get swept by the Mets in August, and everybody was in full panic mode. This team isn't any good. They need to do this. They need to do this. You're going to blow the division. Rob Thompson said, just another day. Look, we'll be fine. It's how we respond to it. And, I was told there wasn't really any big meeting or anything like that. They had a talk, and that was pretty much standard protocol. And that's how it always is with him. You don't see the highs with Rob. You don't see the lows with Rob. And I think that's what frustrates people in an era where everything's got to be a hot cake or you've got to overreact to everything. Rob Thompson is, Joe Cool. He's cool as a cucumber. And I just don't think people like that. I just don't think people like his personality. He's not going to change the way he is, but the way he is, it works. And it definitely works for this team. And this is why you are getting the most you can out of the group. Look, Mike, as you know, it's really hard to win with 5 regulars that are 32 and older in your starting lineup. This team is finding a way to do that.
Jeff Kerr, CBS 3, covers the Phillies. Check out the Phillies weekly show on the X platform and on YouTube Sunday nights. And, Jeff, obviously there's still some things to do here down the stretch. They won the division. They're in the playoffs. But I would imagine, and this is where I want to get your take on, they want that number 1 seed. But is it important that they get that number 1 seed, or is it more important that they kind of, I don't want to say rest up. Resting up in baseball is tough to do because you don't want to get out of your rhythms. But you know what I mean? Like, keep your foot on the gas and go after Milwaukee, or do you want to kind of get yourself kind of ready for that next playoff run, or for the upcoming playoff run, if that makes sense?
Yeah, I think the incentive is to go after Milwaukee if you can, right? First off, take care of the first-round bye. So this Dodger series is going to mean something. This Diamondback series is going to mean something until you clinch that, which will probably be, I would assume, early next week. And then you got to think back and go, okay, how far are we from Milwaukee? And look, they're in striking distance, right? And no, they do not have the season series, which hurts because they got swept here in late May, but they still can go after them. And I think that's more than enough motivation. Oh, and plus, the only team I think that can really, I don't even know if they can really beat them anymore is the Mets, and they can beat them in Citi Field, but if you are the 1 seed, you do avoid them in the divisional round because they don't reseed. So, it's very interesting. I think you do go after it. I think you want to put pressure on the Brewers, and it kind of keeps you motivated. If you really want to rest guys, if that's a thing anymore, you do that the last week of the season, if it means anything. But I would keep my foot on the gas.
Well, that, and then, of course, the questions that still need to be answered is the pitching situation. I don't know where you're at with the pitching, but you saw Ranger last night. You're going to get Suarez tonight. You're going to get Luzardo tomorrow. You saw Walker Buehler last week. And then, of course, there's Aaron Nola. Is this still up in the air, or do you think it is pretty clear what the Phillies pitching will be once they get into the playoffs? Because now you can kind of start setting up for that.
Yeah, you can. And, look, I wasn't a fan of it, and maybe that's just the old school approach, but I'm taking the new school approach. I am not against it. They start 3 lefties in the divisional series. If you want to go Christopher Sanchez game 1, Ranger Suarez game 2, he's a change of pace guy anyway from Sanchez, and then you go Jesus Luzardo in game 3. I think those are the 3 you roll with. They've been, look, it's funny calling Jesus Luzardo one of your most consistent pitchers all year, but if you look at the totality of the season, he is what he is, and he's done a good job in this role. So, you take away 2, 3, or 4 starts out of the equation. Jesus Luzardo has had a tremendous year.
Yeah, he seems to be the ultimate boomer bust. He's the guy that spins you a gem, 8 innings, 3 hits with 10 strikeouts, or you're wondering what the heck happened that he blew up. Like, he's the guy that you just don't know what you're going to get in that situation.
Yeah, he's the guy, again, if you're up 2-0 in a series, I wouldn't mind pitching him in game 3 because he could put the dagger in or he could be the throwaway game for you. But, I trust Jesus Luzardo enough to pitch a game 3 in a series. It's if they get to the NLCS, Mike, that's what I'm concerned about. Is Aaron Nola good enough to pitch a game 4?
Well, it depends. Are you going off of his history? Are you going off of his resume? Or are you going off of this season? If you're going off of this season, I got to say no. If you're going off of what I've seen in the past, he's obviously proven that he can do it in the past. The question is Walker Buehler, if he pitches well on Friday night again and then pitches well again the 3rd time he pitches, is he even under consideration?
Yeah, that's what I'm thinking, right? I think that's why these games are going to matter because you got at least 2 more starts out of Walker Buehler. So I think that's what you're going to have to do. I think you're going to have to see if Walker Buehler can give you anything. And if he can, that might be enough, because we have a whole season's worth of Aaron Nola. And look, I want to cling to what he did against the Mets too, but that was one start. And all of a sudden it blew up again. I can't say, do you really want to throw a game for that? I just don't know if I trust Aaron Nola right now.
I would agree. I said last week, I unlocked the door. I didn't crack the door open. I just unlocked it, to give him a little shot after that Met game. And then that game against Kansas City the other night, I had to go back and lock that door again. I'm out on that. I do want to get your take real quick. We're talking with Jeff Kerr, of course, CBS Sports. Do we think the rest of the way here, this outfield thing is working, and this is the way we're going to see it in the playoffs?
I do think we're going to see Harrison Bader in center field. I'm pretty sure about that. Look, I think right now this team's best outfield, at least against a right-handed pitcher, is Max Kepler in left, Max Kepler in right, Brandon Marsh in left, and Harrison Bader in center. And I think he gives Nick Castellanos a shot against lefties if you want to go that route. So, yeah, I would say the platoon is working. And look, I got to give Max Kepler a ton of credit, Mike. 2 months ago, someone came up to me and said, what are your thoughts on Max Kepler? I'm like, he might not make it past the deadline. I mean, I can say firsthand, Max just looked like he had one foot out the door, or he thought there was going to be, or they were pushing him out the door, right? I think once that deadline passed and he didn't have to worry about impressing his teammates anymore or making an impression, he's like, okay, well, I'm still here. They must see something. And I think that just took the weight of the world off his shoulders.
Well,
and
I'll tell you what, he is the bottom of the order, Jeff, and the guys down there have been a huge thing here, because you got a guy like Otto Kemp who came up and you were like, okay, Kemp, a little excitement, and then he didn't really perform all that much. He gets sent back down, then Bohm gets hurt, and you're thinking, oh, man. Then Sosa getting hurt and having to play Stott at short, and you're still getting production from Weston Wilson playing second base. I mean, that home run he hit last night was massive. It just gets overshadowed by the fact that Harper hits a bigger one later, and then, of course, you blow the game. But Wilson having to play second base, the guys at the bottom half of this lineup, that has been something that has been, I'm almost shocked that their offense has been able to score enough without Bohm and Turner and then Sosa going out. That's been a story for me the last 2 weeks.
And that's the thing, too, right, Mike? Like, we were talking about this on Phillies Weekly, I think it was 2 weeks ago. The starting pitcher carried this team for most of this season, but since the deadline, the offense has carried this team. It's like they are winning the 5-4 games now. Before it was, if they don't score 4 runs, forget it. Now it's like, okay, you need to score 5 or 6 to beat this team, just because of the way the offense has been. I mean, look at Bryson Stott. The guy's been hitting over 300 since the All-Star break. And remember, he was hitting like 130 after the break until he had his kid, and now he's just tearing it up. I'm just amazed by how everybody that I was told that there was an hourglass or, whatever, like the clock was ticking on to prove they could be everyday players, they're stepping up. The guys I talked to on this team are stepping up, like the Weston Wilsons of the world. I've just been so impressed with what they were able to do just basically since the trade deadline, since the All-Star break. It's crazy, right, Mike? Going in the All-Star break, they lost 5 of 6, and you're just thinking to yourself, oh, okay, what's going to happen with this team? And I think a lot of people were impatient with them. I think it was, same old team, same old team. It's like you made to earlier. What Harrison Bader and Johan Duran were able to, the spark they were able to provide to this team, I think it's exactly what they needed, and you got to give Dave Dombrowski credit for that.
That is one thing. Those two guys are different from what they had last year. The question will be, Bader has been way above any expectations. Can he continue this? Can he play at this level come playoff time? Because that would be a difference maker for them. That's something they haven't had in these playoffs, is that guy who will hit probably in the lower half of the lineup once Turner comes back. And this version of Marsh, can he continue to play at this level? There's a lot of good going on right now that you wonder, how sustainable is it? Jeff Kerr from CBS 3 covers the Phillies. Let's put on his other hat. CBS Sports covers the Eagles. And we heard from Kevin Matula today. He was getting grilled about the lack of, explosive plays in the offense. You watch that offense on Sunday and think, oh, boy, this is going to be a theme all season long. And he said, hey, what can you do to get the ball down the field? Is that a problem? Is it necessary? Or, hey, you watch this team and say, I don't care. They just find ways to win.
You know what? Early in the year, I'm kind of chalking it up, Mike. Like, look, they just find ways to win. Can we give credit to the Chiefs' defense here? The Chiefs' defense is pretty good. And, look, they got guys that can rush a passer. They got guys in secondary. George Karlaftis, good player. Chris Jones, we know what he can do. Trent McDuffie's an all-pro. They got guys across the board that can play. Nick Bolt, Leo Chenal, all these guys, right? So it's not like I get it's frustrating that they can't move the ball downfield. To me, this is still kind of preseason, right? This is around the league. Not everybody's going to look like Detroit and score 52 points. It's just not going to happen. I wish they would throw. And look, I shouldn't say this because I love how the Eagles operate. I do wish they would throw a little more, right? I think they got to be. I think they got to use motion more. I think they got to be a little more creative there. But again, we got to remember Kevin Patullo has only done this for 2 games now. Let's see what he can bring in week 3, week 4. I think this is going to be a work in progress. And if you expected it not to be, you were lying to yourself.
Right. Well, listen, I'm giving Patullo the benefit of the doubt. And this is kind of the concept that they run. There's a lot of basic stuff here. I kind of asked the question earlier, were they really conservative knowing that they don't want to show a lot, or is this basically who they are and just, hey, we find ways to win. I don't have to, take the 15 shots down the field. We'll do it when we need to do it. And that's kind of what he insinuated at today. And that's something too, Fangio, we hear the fans all the time, oh, halftime adjustments, they didn't make, and Fangio said, that's the most overrated thing in the thing. They were making adjustments the whole game.
Exactly. And you know what? That's one thing I like about Vic, right? And you know what, Mike? I ain't played professional football, but I talk to people that have played professional football. Yeah, Vic's right. They're always making adjustments. It's just they're going over stuff at halftime. You only get 12 minutes. And I can't even get to the press box, food station, and the bathroom and back in 12 minutes. You don't know what halftime adjustments they're making, but
I like what he said today. Well, it takes me some time to get down there, and then I got to get back up there. So what kind of adjustments do you think I'm making in the 12 minutes that I'm out there? Let me ask you real quick. You just said give some credit to the Chiefs. You take a look at the offense, what the Eagles are running. Dallas then, they had a pretty good defensive effort against Philadelphia that night, and they got torched against the Giants. Does that make you have some concerns?
Yeah, a little bit, right? I that's the thing. It's so shocking to me, because I thought their offense was great the first 4 possessions against Dallas, right? Then you realize Dallas's defense probably isn't any good, and this defense had Deron Bland and healthy in that game. Obviously, the Giants, when they faced the Cowboys, they did not, but Giants don't have a good offense at all, and they were able to put up 37 points on this team. So
yes.
I get it. Things are different. It's week to week. It's the only thing that concerns me too, Mike, is I just think the Rams are going to bring a ton of pressure on Jalen Hurts. I think that's one of the ways to beat this team. I think Eagles really got to get the run game going. I think they got to get Saquon Barkley going. This is going to be a good opportunity for it. And I thought Saquon had a good game Sunday, by the way.
Yeah, no, I thought he ran well. The big difference is he didn't hit the home run, and that's where he generally, he hits that big one that really gives. He goes from 80 yards to 120 yards when he hits that big one. He never hit that big one, and he might have hit the big one on that touchdown run. It ended up being a 13-yard touchdown, but he might have been able to go for 70 yards on that.
Yeah, I agree with you. Yeah, we're just not seeing the big play. We're just not seeing the explosive plays. I think that's what people are upset about. We just haven't seen that. And the one explosive play they did make in the fourth quarter, Jalen Hurts was basically on his back lane, threw the ball up, and Devonta Smith made a heck of a play. So even the big plays are tough for them to get. But again, it's 2 games. It's early. I think I'd rather be 2-0 than 0-2 right now.
Hey, you know what? Guess what? A Super Bowl rematch last week. Now a divisional round matchup this week against a really good Rams team. This is a step up right here. Would you say right now the Rams are better than the Chiefs?
Right now, yes. And look, I'm still impressed they were able to beat the Chiefs in Arrowhead. No one did that last year. No one's done that since December 25th of 2023, and that was the Raiders. So, yeah, but look, the Rams are out for vengeance too. Remember, they were 13 yards away from beating the Eagles until Jalen Carter showed up. So,
I listened to the play again today from Merrill Reese. I was listening to the call of Jalen Carter getting the pressure. And remember, that game was in the snow, and it came down to the last play. No snow this time, probably really nice weather. That changes the dynamics possibly of the game. You can listen to it right here on 97.3 ESPN. You can get more coverage of the NFL and the Eagles from Jeff Kerr over at CBSSports.com. And every Tuesday, we talk to Jeff about little Phils and Eagles and the NFL right here on the Sports Bash. Always appreciate it, my friend.
Mike, you know what? We are starting to get to my favorite time of the year, and the Phillies clinch the playoff berth. So, and the division. So we're getting to baseball and football just nonstop. People wonder why baseball or football season goes so quick for me. The Phillies winning helps.
Yes, the Red October portion of our sports calendar is coming up in just about 3 weeks. Jeff, we'll talk to you next week, pal.
Yeah, sounds great. Thanks, bud.
There is Jeff Kerr, everybody. Check him out on the X platform as well. He always does a great job pumping out a bunch of facts and figures and stats. At Jeff Kerr, CBS. I'm Mike Gill. This is the Sports Bash Live on 97.3 ESPN. And, of course, we got so much more to come on this Sports Bash, which Tuesday. We're only on a Tuesday edition today. It feels like it should be later on in the week. But we got off to a great start with the Eagles' Sunday win. Phillies clinched last night, the NL East, and now we're into a Tuesday show. We got who's in, who's out. Week 2 is now in the books. Who are the 14 playoff teams, everybody? See if you can figure it out, because I'll tell you what, right now I'm having trouble putting my 14 playoff teams together. It is not clear, especially in the AFC. We'll do it next, right here on the Sports Bash, live on 97.3 ESPN.
I feel like the LA Chargers can run away and hide with this division.
Okay.
Just based on how the schedule lays out for them, man. Having those 2 division wins in the bank is huge. And then, of course, having the opportunity for the Denver Broncos rolling into your building this weekend, week 3, I think it's huge for them. If they get out to a 3-0 start, the Chiefs and everybody else in the AFC West will be hard-pressed to be able to catch them. And here's the thing. I'm bullish on the LA Chargers because of what I'm seeing from Justin Herbert. And Jim Harbaugh has proven throughout the course of his coaching career that he knows how to get the best out of quarterbacks.
That was Chris Canty this morning talking a little bit about the who's in, who's out. He thinks in the AFC West, the Chiefs are out and the Chargers are in. Let's see if we agree. It's time for Who's In, Who's Out here on the Sports Bash live on 97.3 ESPN. Brought to you by Jenkins & Sons Plumbing and Heating for HVAC, plumbing, and drain cleaning. 609-641-6262. JenkinsandSons.com. All right, Josh, here we go. This is not easy. There's a lot of teams that I'm just not all looking at and saying, I think that's a playoff team.
For me, I found that coming up with the 3 wild cards in each conference was very difficult.
Me too. This is what I got. Who's in? Buffalo in the East.
I agree.
Baltimore in the North.
Yep.
Texans are out. Colts are in.
Yeah, I begrudgingly did the same. I think the Texans will find a way to get back into this. For now, I can't, in honest.
I said yes, there was a guy at the Fanatic Sportsbook came up to me and said, hey, man, what do you think about Buccaneers, Texans? I like the Texans. I said, I like the Bucs. Why, he said. I said, the Texans' offensive line stinks.
Yeah.
That's what happened last night.
By the way, can we address the point really quick with the Texans? They have had multiple offensive coordinators the last few years under C.J. Stroud, and it seems like Stroud is handling it a lot worse than Jalen Hurts is.
That's for sure. Yeah, and their offensive line problems are
They exasperate the issue.
I've had the Chargers in the West since the beginning. I'm sticking with them.
Me too. This is where it gets really difficult.
Yeah. All 3 of my wild cards lost this week.
Oh, really?
Denver.
Okay.
Kansas City. I'm giving them one more shot here. And Houston.
Wow, so you're completely different than mine. So I went Bengals.
You know, I thought about the Bengals, and then the quarterback injury really bothers me.
For me, I had to go with what I know, which is the reality that the Bengals are already 2-0. And if Browning plays like he did Sunday, well, you got to consider it, right?
Yeah, well, he played a couple of years ago, and it was okay. I mean, but they got a long way to go with him as the quarterback. Joe Burrow's out 3 months. That's a long time to be without Joe Burrow. All right. Who else?
I got the Raiders.
They lost last night.
They did, but they played a close game, and I think their defense right now is better than the Broncos. The Broncos' defense was really good last year. This year, scaring me.
I agree. But they hung in that game. They were leading that game for the most part.
They were.
So I think that they'll get better as the year goes on. But I'm telling you, it is not obvious out there.
I got the Steelers. I still believe in Mike Tomlin, for better or for worse.
Yeah, that team feels very 9-8-ish.
But 9-8 can make the postseason.
It might with this group of teams. You're right.
Right.
Yeah, I mean, there wasn't even a lot of teams I could consider. Like, do you consider the Patriots?
Do you consider the Jags?
Do you consider you said Jacksonville, so I guess you are considering them.
I am. I mean, they played that. They could have won that Bengals game.
Right now, the Jets are 0-2, the Dolphins are 0-2, Cleveland's 0-2, Houston's 0-2, Tennessee's 0-2.
I'll tell you who I don't believe in. The Dolphins. I don't believe in the Jets. I don't believe in the Browns. I don't believe in the Titans. And I don't believe in the Broncos right now. And I'm starting to not believe in the Chiefs.
Chiefs are 0-2 as well. So you got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 AFC teams that are 0-2.
That's insane.
Yeah. All right, so far, My one change in the AFC is in the South. I have the Colts in and the Texans out. Everything else has been the same since week 1. In the NFC, Eagles.
Yep.
Packers.
Yep.
Bucks.
Yep.
Rams.
49ers. We've
right.
both been very consistent on that point.
Those 4 have been my 4 since the start of this game.
Same.
Okay. This is where it gets hard. And this is tough because I get the Commanders in. So last week I had the Lions out and Minnesota in.
Mm-hmm.
I'm going back the other way. Lions in, Minnesota out. The quarterback situation there is a mess anyway.
True.
McCarthy played well the first night for a half. And you're like, oh, okay. He did not play well last week, and now he's out. Wentz is going to play for the next 2 to 4 weeks. So I like the Lions, I think, kind of settled themselves back in a little bit there. That made me feel better. And then the Niners was my third team in the NFC.
So I got the Rams in because the 49ers have winning the division. So we both agree that somehow those 2 are getting in, whether they win the division or not. One of those are getting in. Then I go Washington like you. But the team I'm really curious about, Mike, is I'm going with the Vikings for one reason. The Lions, it's one game. And maybe the Bears are just that bad. Maybe the Bears are just not a good football team.
Well, maybe not, but they scored 52.
I'm just saying.
That's not easy to do in the NFL.
It's not easy to do in the NFL, but it might be easier to do against a not good football team. You know what I mean?
I agree, but I think the Lions kind of that first week, they kind of settled in. They needed that settle in. And here's the thing. Atlanta, they're on the list as possible. Arizona's 2-0. You buying them at all?
I'm intrigued.
Dallas is 1-1.
I don't believe in them.
Seattle's 1-1.
I'm very intrigued by Seattle's defense. I thought that what they did on Sunday was very impressive. The way they literally just went into Pittsburgh and shut them down. It's very, very... I did not expect that at all. I expected it to be a low-scoring game. I didn't expect them to go into Pittsburgh and basically shut Steelers down. That was wild.
That's who's in, who's out this week, and it is brought to you by Jenkins & Sons Plumbing and Heating. For HVAC, plumbing, draining, cleaning, call 609-641-6262 or visit jenkinsandsons.com. Sports Bash Live, 97.3 ESPN. We got an NFL Sunday for you you're not going to want to miss on 97.3 ESPN. It's the Eagles and the Rams. The coverage begins at noon right here on your home for Eagles football, 97.3 ESPN. And then we got a triple header of games. Actually, we've got a quadruple header of games when you think about it on Sunday. Cincinnati and Minnesota over on Rock 104.1. That is a 1 o'clock kick. Followed by Arizona and San Francisco over on Rock 104.1. So Eagles on 97.3 ESPN. Cincinnati, Minnesota on Rock 104.1. Arizona and San Francisco on Rock 104.1. When the Eagles game is over, we'll take you to the Bears and the Cowboys on 97.3 ESPN. And then Kansas City and the Giants is your Sunday night football game. So 3 of the 4 NFC East teams will be heard on 97.3 ESPN. And then, of course, Monday Night Football, it's a good one. The Lions and the Ravens. You can hear that right here on 97.3 ESPN. You're home for the NFL and, of course, Philadelphia Eagles football. College football Saturday is on 97.3 ESPN and Rock 104.1. It is Michigan and Nebraska on 97.3 ESPN, followed by Florida and Miami. And over on Rock 104.1, it is Auburn and Oklahoma. You can hear college football right here on 97.3 ESPN and over on our sister station all season long, Rock 104.1. And don't forget the Rock 104.1 free mobile app. I am Mike Gill. This is the Sports Bash Live on 97.3 ESPN. Hey, right now, it is your next opportunity to enter to win tickets to go see the Eagles taking on the New York Giants at 609-403-0973. Text in right now your name, where you're from, and the word Eagles trip. Your name, where you're from, and the word Eagles trip. You must include Eagles trip in your text message to 609-403-0973. First 5 text message, fastest 5 right now. Your name, where you're from, and the word Eagles trip, excuse me. You are entered for a trip to go see the Eagles Giants. It's a bus trip up to MetLife Stadium for the Thursday night game. It's 2 tickets to the game, a total tailgate party. This tailgate party is going to be awesome, by the way. It's an all-day tailgate extravaganza. And then, of course, we'll get you transportation to and from MetLife Stadium. 609-403-0973. Your name, where you're from, and the word Eagles trip to enter right now. Good luck. When we come back, it's today's unsportsmanlike moment of the day.
I will say it's refreshing that you actually have a quarterback that doesn't care about the stats. This is a guy that genuinely just cares about winning, that cares about greatness. We've seen how he's conducted himself. He hasn't been on the celebratory tour this offseason, just allowing everybody to tell him how great he is. This guy is seeking out other great athletes, all-timers, and trying to figure out what the secret sauce is for sustained success.
Love the take from Chris Canty this morning on Unsportsmanlike. Amen to that. Would you rather have the quarterback who's 12 of 18 for 101 yards and wins the game, or 32 of 40 for 400 yards and 3 touchdowns but loses the game? And I feel like in the sports world we live in, we would rather our quarterback be the guy with the gaudy stats and the big yardage and all the touchdowns. It's kind of like what Chris Jones said the other day. Yo, you don't even have 100 yards. And Jalen Hurts said, yo, we won the game. Shut your ass up. The take by Canty is the correct take. He only cares about winning. And that is why Jalen Hurts is a polarizing guy when it comes to these off-season lists. Where do you put him on the list? I don't know, but this is what I know. Hurts always finds a way to win.
Here's Chris Long from the Green Light Podcast talking just about that, Mike.
I don't care if Jalen is ranked as a top 5 quarterback. Who the cares? He wins. He wins. Mm-hmm. And when he says at the end of the game, in that little interaction, of course that's what you would say. But, not a lot of guys think like that.
They don't. But,
you might feel sensitive about that. You might be like, you. They don't care what it looks like.
Yeah.
They don't care. And they might have to win a bunch of one-score games like Kansas City did last year. Mm-hmm. They might.
Play that for Nuggets. Who cares? Why do we care so much about these lists? I get it. Jalen Hurts doesn't fill up the stat sheet. So, Cro-Magnon man thinks that means he's not high enough on the list because his stats don't put him on the list.
Right.
The wins and losses are all that matters in the end. Just because he's not number 2 on the list or 5 on the list or 1 on the list doesn't take a Super Bowl away from you. And Chris Canty said, you know what? It's refreshing. It's a good thing. And, think about this. Last year, the Chiefs had to win all those one-score games. Inevitably, you can't win by one score all the time. Eventually, that catches up to you. And all those one-score games turn into losses. And right now, the Philadelphia Eagles are winning the one-score games because they're good enough to.
Correct.
The Chiefs are not. Last year, the Chiefs were just good enough to get by. And now they're just not good enough. But the Eagles are good enough because they know it's in their back pocket that they can pull it out. They know they have the talent that when push comes to shove, we have this guy, we have that guy, we have this guy, we have that weapon. And I know having an embarrassment of riches sometimes makes you want to score 40 points a game. And for whatever reason, the Eagles have decided that's not who we are. And I'm okay with that. That's our Unsportsmanlike moment of the day. Listen to Unsportsmanlike weekday mornings at 6 a.m. with Evan, Michelle, and Canty right here on 97.3 ESPN.
And I will point out really quick, Canty, I'm glad he said what he said as well this morning because he won a championship because he had a similar quarterback. Did Eli Manning have the best stats in the world, Mike? No. But what did he do in the biggest games? He won.
Yeah, Eli Manning, a 500 quarterback, but does have 2 Super Bowls, and I think all the Giant fans are okay with him being their guy. All right, coming up, Adam Caplan, football at 4. It's in 6 minutes. But first, that's our contest sounder, and that means I need caller number 7, 609-573-3776. Caller number 7 right now. You are entered in for a chance to win tickets for the Thursday night game between the Eagles and the Giants. It's happening at MetLife Stadium. Caller 7, enter right now. 609-573-3776 is a great trip. All Eagles fans are taking the bus up to MetLife Stadium all day long. Tailgate party. The coolers will be stocked. You must be present to win. at Maynard's in Margate. Next Wednesday, September 24th, for a live sports bash, we will select one lucky winner at random to be on the bus with a pair of Eagles-Giants tickets. Good luck. Football at 4, powered by the Inside the Birds podcast. It is brought to you by the Fanatics Sportsbook at Ocean Casino Resort in Atlantic City. We're there every Monday. Stop out and see us next Monday for the show. But every day, Football at 4, powered by the Inside the Birds podcast. Adam Caplan's here today. And don't forget, you can get the Inside the Birds podcast on all podcasting platforms today. Adam Caplan joins us for a dive on the Eagles as they get ready for the Rams. We get past the Chiefs. We'll see what the team looks like on both offense and defense after 2 weeks. We heard from both coordinators today. Let's bring in Adam Caplan now to talk a little bit about this 2-0 Eagles team. And I don't know, this team obviously has some offensive issues so far to start the season. But the defense looks pretty good. Adam, what's going on, man?
Yeah, Mike, I'd say that's pretty accurate. But let me take a deep dive, Mike. That's really what today's going to be about, and we'll talk a little bit about the Rams, and then we'll talk about the matchup on Friday, which, by the way, is fascinating. Nick Sirianni 3-0 against the Rams, and obviously they beat them twice last year. But Rams are pretty good. They're not a lot of teams that are 2-0, but it's kind of cool that this game Sunday, which not prime time, Mike, the Rams have to come in, and remember that's a 3-hour time difference. But getting back to where we are here, so the Eagles are 2-0. We'll get started on offense. And now I will let you know, Mike, on tomorrow's Inside the Tape with Greg Cosell, me, Jeff, and Greg, we talk about the offensive struggles. We talked about this on the postgame show. Some people thought I was making excuses for Hurts, but let me just explain, and you'll hear us talk about it tomorrow. We've seen this from Hurts where he holds on to the ball too long and he's indecisive, but talking to coaches over the years sometimes, and Greg made a really good point because I brought up that Hurts has had 6 different play callers. People forget his first play caller was Doug Peterson in year 1 in 2020. We forget about that.
Yeah.
Hearing a different voice. Greg had it, because I know Greg, I know some of the people he speaks with. The three of us talked to a lot of coordinators and coaches over the years, so we're just trying to give context. We try to give, one of the things that we do on Inside the Birds is we give context. Not a lot of blanket statements. We try to explain why things happen so we educate people. And look, it's only 2 weeks. Yes, the passing offense has been awful. We're not going to sugarcoat it. It's been bad. Now, Goddard, who Hurts hooked up with 7 times in week 1, didn't play last week. The middle of the offense, there were some plays where Hurts didn't pull the trigger over the middle, not many. It was actually, Mike, which is so rare for him, there were plays to make downfield where, he usually gets those big eyes, like all guys who have loved throwing the ball downfield. He only made the one throw, and obviously that was a great throw. I don't know what happened. They're just... Mike, I think sometimes we've seen this from Hurts where he doesn't pull the trigger, he overthinks. Like, by the way, a lot of quarterbacks do. The one criticism I have, though, for Kevin Patullo, and I had the same criticism at Kellen Moore, he eventually would correct it. When your quarterback is not pulling the trigger, and Ron Jaworski taught me this when I'd watched tape with Greg Cosell and Ron for about 10 years. Ron said when he would struggle pulling the trigger, whoever his play caller would be, They'd get it out of his hands at 1.5. Get it out of his hands, get him accurate, get him comfortable. And I get that Goddard's not there. That's certainly a problem. Well, you got to scheme these guys up, but get it out of his hands. For whatever reason, Hurts seems to be overthinking or not pulling the trigger. Help your quarterback out. The route combinations, they look very much like last year. The play calling is not why their offense. Fans love to criticize stuff they don't understand. It had nothing to do with why Hurts wouldn't throw the football. It's on Jalen. Get rid of it. But Kevin Patullo's got to help him a little bit. Get out of his hands faster.
Yeah, I mean, there was we talked about this yesterday with Jeff, and I want to follow up with you. It looked like the offensive line did a pretty good job in giving him protection. Now, watching that on TV is a lot different than watching the All-22 or seeing it from a press box where you can see the routes and who's open and who's not. But he seemed to have the protection.
He did. Look, early on it was a little challenging with Spags coming with bringing his variety of what we call designer blitzes. He has his own way of doing it, and the Eagles adjusted really well. And look, Hurts had plenty of time. So the good thing is, and we'll talk more about this Friday, but this is a team in the Rams they know. They know how to protect. The Rams are a speed pass rushing team. They have a very small defensive line. They're very active. They're really well coached under Chris Shula. But the Eagles match up well against them. But let's get to defense. Now, it's way too early. I know the media loves asking these questions. Well, are they ahead of where you thought they'd be? They've played 2 games, folks. The first half against Dallas, the defense did not play well. Ever since then, they've been good. Now, the second half was when there was an hour delay with the weather, as we know, against Dallas. Last week, they played really well. Saved 2 coverage busts, by the way. Listen, if Kelsey catches that ball and certain things happen, maybe the defense didn't play as well. We may not have that discussion. But the fact of the matter is the results are the results. They played well. I told you before the season started, Mike, and I'm going to say this again. I'm not criticizing kind of like anything that's happened. You can't predict injuries, but when Nakobe Dean comes back, he will not be starting. I told you that before the season started. I said if Jihad Campbell plays well, it won't matter if Nakobe Dean looks like his old self. It'll be irrelevant because Jihad Campbell's a first-round pick. And by the way, now I'll say this thing. He's definitely ahead of schedule from a mental standpoint. I know from what we knew about his college tape, wasn't very instinctive. He is well ahead of where, honestly, I didn't think he'd play this well. I am kind of surprised. Now, you got to give Bobby King, their outstanding linebackers coach, Mike. You're going to hear Greg and I and Jeff talk about this. This coaching staff, particularly defensively, is absolutely off the charts, Mike. Look how bad it was 2 years ago. We forget about how bad it was in 23.
Well, I'll tell you what, you're taking a deep dive on this defense, and, they got 6 sacks in the game in the Super Bowl against the Chiefs. They didn't blitz at all. They blitzed 11 times in this game, which kind of tells me they had no respect for the Kansas City offense, can get down the field on them.
Yes, but also Vic knew coming in, their pass rush was not very good against Dallas. You forget, there were 4 drops in that game. Right? One was critical, would have been a touchdown, okay? Think about if CeeDee Lamb doesn't have those other drops. Jake Ferguson dropped one, which probably their tight end would have been a touchdown. So let's be real here, Mike. Context matters. So Vic knew they didn't get enough pressure. Well, they did. He brought 7 blitzes in the first half. I couldn't believe it. He is special. How great is Fangio, by the way? I mean, for all the knucklehead. Like the Dolphins players who they buried Fangio publicly.
Yeah.
And then the fans didn't know any better. They didn't really know what was going on, so they were like killing Vic on social media. How do you think those people feel now? By the way.
Well, I'll tell you what.
Not very good.
You can see why the Dolphins are the way they are. They're complaining about a guy like Vic Fangio, and look where their team is now. I mean, that's a team that just doesn't want to be coached.
Great point, Mike. He demands a lot. Yeah, we brought this up last year, the similarity between him and Jim Johnson, the late great, my favorite coach to cover here in Philly. Vic is awesome. I don't know the guy personally. I've not been around him, but I knew a guy who coached for him in Denver. He coaches hard, by the way. He's demanding. That's why you see not a lot. Some of his former assistants from over the years are with him. Clint Hurd, who had in Chicago. I just cannot rave enough about this defensive coach, this defensive staff. Not just Vic. Clint Hurd, Bobby King, Christian Parker, the safeties coach, Joe Casper is phenomenal, who might be a defensive coordinator someday. So, look, we could talk all we want about, it's the players. Okay, you can't be great without great players, right? But this staff, and you got to give Roseman and Sirianni put together this thing, and they've done a phenomenal job assembling this.
Well, and the last thing before we move to a couple other things, you did see Zadarius Smith as much as you thought, more, and what kind of role will he have?
Jeff and I said we thought he'd play. We had no idea he'd play 30 snaps, 30 feet, a third of the defensive snaps. So, like Vic said, and he's right. You don't know, but you could say all you want of it. Oh, this guy might be ready. You don't know that until he practices. He came in really good physical shape. By the way, it was in the low 90s. We talked about this on Friday's show when Greg Cosell did not know the weather report. Mr. Weather. And I'm like, guys, you won't believe this, but it's going to be in the low 90s and hot and humid. And he lasted. He did great. He's a run-force player. He does a great job. He's one of the biggest edge rushers they've had in years. This guy could play. And the Nudniks who kept comparing this to Robert Quinn, we gave you the answers to that. We told you he was hurt when they traded for him. So Darius Smith wasn't hurt. He just hadn't been with the teams for 9 months. He looked great. Now, I said if he's healthy, it's going to be a great signing if he's in shape. It's already paying dividends. He had a great game, really did, considering. And look, by the way, he had more snaps than Josh Uche. How about that?
All right, Adam Caplan. Yeah, and it's funny because we're wondering, eventually, does he take even more snaps on, right? I mean, that was only his first game. Does he get even more as this kind of materializes? Does he surpass Jalen?
I mean, it could. It definitely could, but you got to be careful. Don't wear him out. and then you Jihad Campbell line up more at the edge than he did before that. Like that, and Jalen Hunt, by the way, he really played well. I want to mention that, Mike. It doesn't show up in a box score. His pressure rate was good. By the way, NFL teams do it. I know that for a fact. I don't have PFF stuff in front of me, but I know for the way that NFL teams grade, I know for a fact he graded out very well.
All right, look at the Rams real quick. Obviously, we've gotten to a point in the NFL world where it seems that this Rams team has surpassed where the Chiefs are.
They're really well coached, Mike. Sean McVay, one of the top 5 head coaches in the National Football League. Now, Devontae Adams is one of the most physical receivers that you'll face. He's not as explosive as A.J. Brown, but he could still play. He's an older guy. I remember him many years coming out of Fresno State. He is 32 years old. He could still play. He's looked great with Stafford. Their offensive line, Steve Avila, their left guard, didn't play last week. They don't know if they're going to have him. They're not really that great on the offensive line. They're actually better in the interior than they are at tackle. They're good at tight end. Kyron Williams has been a great story, a 5th-round pick out of 22. He's been way better than the scouting world thought. They use Puka Nacua great. Puka Nacua is great. He's number 12, Mike. If you put him in a different system, he's probably not even half as good. They don't put him on the outside. He's what we call a reduced player. They move him inside. He's unbelievable. You saw that the touchdown run last week. Defensively, one of the fastest defenses in the National Football League, Mike. We're going to talk more about this on Friday. I'm telling you, they're really super weak at corner, really good at safety, undersized at linebacker. Jared Verse is a stud, their best pass rusher. Now, one other injury, Braden Fisk, who didn't play against them in the playoff game, he's got an oblique injury. This is new. We're going to watch that on Friday. They've got Poona Ford, who's under 6 feet at the number 95, you'll see. Kobe Turner, 91, who's phenomenal, who's in his 3rd year. They're just really, really fast, Mike, but they don't match up against the Eagles because they're too small.
3 surprises from Adam Caplan after 2 weeks.
My 3 surprises, I would say the Colts. Now, let me give you context, Mike. They haven't been on the road yet. That was a ridiculous game. You got to be kidding me. Now I'm sour because I picked the Denver. I picked 5 or 6 games versus the spread. I lost that one. I want to see how the Colts fare on the road. So let's see. That's definitely surprising. I didn't see them being 2-0. Definitely didn't see that. Now, Arizona, they're 2-0. Didn't see that either. I know there are a lot of people picked them to make the playoffs. I'm not there yet. I know the NFC West is not very good. I'm definitely surprised by that. But again, they've had an easy schedule. The other one, to me, is from a negative standpoint, Mike. I am so disappointed in Houston. Now, I'm going to before I get out of here, this is where Nick Caserio, their GM, is not very good. He has zero idea how to build an offensive line. Their left tackle, they trade Laramie Tunsil, got a lot of draft picks. They replace it with a journeyman in Cam Robinson, major mistake. They're bad at center. This is not a well put together offensive line. You can't win. We all know that in Philly in this market, Mike. You don't win with subpar offensive line play. And he's not done a good job with that. If they don't make the playoffs and then win that bad division, that is why the Texans don't have a good offensive line. And I give them credit for coming back, and they really should have won. They choked that game. But their offensive line for a number of years has not been very good.
Adam Caplan, everybody, check out Inside the Tape on Inside the Birds. You guys will be doing that, and, of course, with Greg Cosell and the whole Inside the Birds crew. And, of course, Football at 4 right here on the Sports Bash. He's back on Friday. Mosher's here tomorrow. Andrew on Thursday as we get you ready for the Eagles and the Rams. All right, Adam. Thanks, buddy.
All right, thank you.
All right, check out his Inside the Tape over on the Inside the Birds with the great Greg Cosell, who's one of the best at breaking down the tape in NFL lore right here on the Sports Bash Live on 97.3 ESPN. So interesting things that he brought up, about the fact that Zadarius Smith had 30 snaps in the game, which we were wondering how big of a role he would have right off the bat. And as John McMullen pointed out yesterday, he actually thinks that he is going to surpass Jalen Hunt in terms of snaps. And, you have now Smith and Uche, as Adam pointed out, has played really, really well, but his role seems to be even getting more limited with the way Zadarius Smith is coming on. Because you would think if Smith played 30 snaps in the first game without any training camp, that his snap count's only going to go up, right?
And it's also the impact he had with those snaps. Like, it's one thing to be on the field that much. It's another thing to actually be a visible player on the field. It's not like he
and
was
it's not
just-
and it's not just a half a sack. That play he beats the guy, he gets in on the sack.
No, but there were other plays that he disrupted. I mean, you look back at some of those Pat Mahomes runs, he's scrambling because Zadarius Smith is whipping the O-lineman in front of him. And Mahomes is like, oh, bleep, I
Yeah.
got to get out of here.
Right. I mean, and as Caplan said, he was surprised at how much Smith actually played in the first game. And McMullen said yesterday he thinks that he's only going to play more. And Adam kind of agrees with the fact that he played 30 snaps in the first game, that he's probably going to play more snaps moving forward here. The question will be whose snaps kind of get lessened and get turned down a little bit if Zadarius Smith takes on more. I'm trying to get the snap counts from the game on Sunday. I had them here. Where did those go? Let's see here. I know McMullen posted them yesterday. Why can't I find them on his feed here? Let's see. So if we can get the snap counts, I want to see how many Uche had, how many Hunt had, and how many that's we know Smith, I think, what did Caplan say, 30? With the snaps that he had. So I'm definitely intrigued to see that whole thing because we know, and, some people love the Pro Football Focus stuff. Other people, or just whatever. Josh Uche has graded out very well by Pro Football Focus.
So who are you looking for first? Just
Uche.
Uche?
Oh, here we are. I got them. So Uche Sunday played 16 snaps. So he has played the
Yes.
least amount of snaps. Smith played 20 snaps in the game. And Hunt played 34. So 34 for Hunt, 20 for Smith, Uche 16.
So my working assumption would be Hunt will probably go down some to give the other guys some snaps. Because at the end of the day, there's not a pure rotation. Like Fangio doesn't love the pure rotation that Jim Schwartz did. So he's the kind of guy who typically settles into a guy or a couple guys who are going to be out there. So if Smith keeps playing the way he is, my working assumption, Mike, would be less Hunt, less Uche, more Smith.
Well, and what do you make, though, of Uche being the top, one of the highest graded players by Pro Football Focus? I mean, I don't know how much stock people put into those Pro Football Focus numbers, but it seems that his role is, hey, quick, short, 15 plays, see what you can do.
And I think if that's his role, he's great at it. Maybe, remember how you talk about how Edmundo Sosa, don't overexpose him, keep him in the role? Is maybe Josh Uche the same deal?
I wouldn't, listen, I don't have a problem if you are being productive and you're making things happen that you can slowly kind of work your way up. Hey, you got 12, you get 15. You're still productive with 15, you get 20. Find that sweet spot early in the season there. But I'm intrigued by the fact that they now have Zadarius Smith, who is a more proven guy. And today, what Vic Fangio said is, I thought coming in on such short notice, he made some good plays. Obviously, he can get a lot better too, which I think he will with gaining more knowledge of what we're doing. So Fangio even seemed like he was kind of surprised at what he got from Zadarius Smith right off the bat there.
I think what's going to happen is we're going to see more Smith and less Hunt. I think that's what ultimately is going to happen because I think Hunt is still a young and inexperienced guy who's learning to play the position. Yeah. And you look at guys like Uche and Smith, they are much more – they might not know the defense as well because they weren't in the defense last year at Fangio, but those guys are experienced players who, with time, as Fangio said, they're only going to get better and more productive.
All right, Sports Bash Live, 97.3 ESPN, 97.3 ESPN free mobile app. Live video streaming on the X platform and on YouTube at Mike Gill Show. It's easy to do. You can go on the Twitter X platform for those of you who watch on the Twitter platform. Those of you who watch on the YouTube platform, hit the like button, hit the repost button, be a part of the show. You can chat over on the YouTube stream or leave a post on the X platform. We'll read them off. The text board is always open, 609-403-0973. You can message us through the app on your phone. It's all free thanks to First Bank of Sea City, 609-403-0973. That's the way you can connect with the show. Many ways to listen, watch, connect, be a part of the show. Hey, Congratulations to our latest qualifier. We're going out to Hamilton for our latest qualifier here for our tickets to go see the Eagles play the Giants. That is Mark in Hamilton. Mark in Hamilton. Congratulations, Mark. We'll see you at Maynard's in Margate next Wednesday, the 24th. We're going to have a live show. One lucky winner is going to walk away with a pair of tickets to go see the Eagles and the Giants. That's a Thursday night football game, MetLife Stadium, transportation to and from the game. You can qualify coming up this hour when you hear that sounder go off. Be the 7th caller, and that gets you a chance. You're one step closer to win those tickets. And even if you don't win the tickets, we always have a fun time when we're out at Maynard's and Margate. It's a great spot to watch all the games. We'll be there on Wednesday, the 24th, and hopefully by that point, the Eagles, the Phillies have already clinched. We'll see where they are. Going for the number 1 seed, maybe? All right, coming up. The Nuggets are back. Nick's Nuggets are here. Nick Earnshaw has today's edition of Nick's Nuggets here on the Sports Bash Live on 97.3 ESPN. Don't forget, coming up at 5 o'clock tonight, we recap all the Week 2 action with Casey Joyner. One thought, every game, coming up in 40 minutes from right now on the Sports Bash. All right, 429 Sports Bash Live, 97.3 ESPN, the 97.3 ESPN free mobile app, live video streaming on the X platform, YouTube, at Mike Gill Show. You can watch the show live each and every day. You can be a part of the show on the text board at 609-403-0973. It does help to listen each and every day. You get great stuff, good insight. Like Nick's Nuggets, they're brought to you by The Hub, gear that works as hard as you do. And, of course, he joins us now here on a Sports Bash Tuesday live on 97.3 ESPN after a late night. Did you make it all the way through the game last night, Earnshaw? You're the young guy here, the crew. Were you able to stay up and watch the Phillies finish last night?
I did. I was in and out around like the 6th, 7th. I started dozing off, got back into it, saw the Harper, saw the Duran blow the game, watched the 10th. But once that like final out, they celebrated on the field a little bit. I didn't get to watch the entire celebration, so I caught up on that in the morning. It was a late night, a lot going on last night. But you know me, if you're watching on the X or the YouTube, we already got it. We're already rocking the division championship.
He has a division championship T-shirt.
Already have the division championship T-shirt. Don't ask how I get it, how I find ways to find the T-shirt. We already got it. The division championship nugget today, Mike Gill. I mean, you got to become prepared.
I am so anti buying division championship gear.
I get every single one. So I was talking with PG earlier. I get every one every single year. You go back to 22, I got the wild card, I got the pennant, every single one. We go through each series, get the new T-shirt, get the new gear. You know me, I'm a merch fiend. I love free merch. So this wasn't technically free, but we got it. We have it on.
All right. Well, yeah, I'm an anti-buying anything that's not World Series champions. I don't want any.
You're anti-merch.
I don't want no.
You're anti-merch.
I don't want division champions. I don't want wild card. There's a hat. Do you see this hat? $53 that says postseason.
It's as many home runs as Kyle Schwarber has this year, by the way. 53.
Yeah, I'm out on the merch unless it says World Series champions. That's the merch I want.
See, this goes back to the Super Bowl last year, too, at Radio Row. You refused to get in on the PG, the Joyner. We all got the merch. You were out on the merch at Radio Row.
Yeah, because it was like basically it was the two logos, the Eagles and the Chiefs, and the Super Bowl logo. So if the Eagles end up losing the Super Bowl, now I'm stuck with a merch that shows a game that you lost, and I don't want that.
It's a memory. You relive the great moments, and you learn from the bad moments. So you learn from those.
Yeah.
You have a memory you learn from. That's what you do.
Yeah, I know that. It's not me. You can have the logo for the losing, the division thing, too. The NL East, like, hey, I got a division championship. How long are you wearing that shirt? That's like a 2-week shirt.
It's not a 2-week shirt. I wear them all the time. I wear them to bed. I wear them all the time. All the time in the summer. It's a great shirt. It's fun. I've done it since I was like 8 years old. Mom came home from work, had the championship shirts in the bag, whether the division, the World Series, the pennant. I'm all in on all the merch. I'm a big merch guy. You know that. And we got to get started on this nugget because I got to relive last night. All right. And this was just so awesome. You started the show with this sound. We're going to start the nugget with this sound. Josh, play that clip, man. I mean, how many more wins, JT? How many more? Play it.
Guys that we left behind, Wheeler, Alvarado, Trey, Romano, they couldn't be here. The guys that have come up from Lehigh Valley and helped us out. This is a great team effort. Great team effort. Back-to-back National League East champions. Doesn't have to pull off. JT, how many we got left, buddy?
Whatever the hell it takes, come on!
I mean, that's just awesome. Back-to-back division titles for the Philadelphia Phillies. JT hits the go-ahead sac fly last night. By the way, to start the game, how about Kyle Schwarber, them throwing a lefty out there? Schwarber with his 22nd home run against the lefty this season. And now, because they've clinched the division, we still got to worry about magic numbers. The magic number is 7 for a bye now, all right? They're up 5.5 on the Dodgers right now. They can catch the Brewers. The Brewers essentially control their own destiny at this point. but to clinch a bye. This is a big series for the Phillies still in Los Angeles. Tonight might be a scheduled loss. Omen to Doc Rivers right there, but they still have the magic number at 7 to clinch that second overall bye, Mike.
Yeah, listen, at this point, to me, you're now looking ahead to Milwaukee. You can't think about the Dodgers even catching you. You're 5.5 up with, 2 series left or 3 series left after this. Your next thing is, we have separated ourselves from you. We're going after the Brewers now. I put up the Walter White on Twitter today. Brewers, you're next. We're coming after you now. Now, the question is, do you foot the pedal to the metal to go after the number 1 seed, or are you okay with the 2 seed and just saying, hey, we'll play the Dodgers, we'll play the other, or do you want to go after that number 1? Like, would you rather set your pitching up and do that and just kind of say, all right, or do you want to keep playing all the way to the end? I would keep playing all the way to the end. I don't want any resting in baseball. I don't need a day off. These guys are too routine-oriented.
Yeah, and you want to have the momentum, right? Like, you want to continue to play good baseball, playing well, continue winning, keep the fire going. You don't want to rest and slow everything down. They have a lot of momentum right now. You need that momentum to continue to carry into the postseason. You're going to get the time off anyway if you get the second bye or the second seed, no matter what. So I would want to go after that number 1 seed. You want home field throughout as long as possible. So, yeah, you got to attack that number 1 seed. You got to go out and try and win every night. Yeah, put the Dodgers away like you put the Mets away. Put them away now, too. Tonight, I understand. Listen, late night, whatever it may be, fine. Scheduled loss, whatever. But you got to continue to win games. You want to put the Dodgers in the rear view. All right, you got to face the Mets. You're going to play in that wild card round. There's no reason they shouldn't have the second seed. But you want to go after that top seed. There's no reason they shouldn't. Now, Milwaukee's got a little bit of an easier schedule than the Phillies, I would say, especially with the Phillies having this long road trip on the West Coast kind of to end the year for the most part. So you got to try and go for the 1 seed. There's no slowing down here. You want to keep pedal to the metal. I know you clinched the division a little early this year, but pedal to the metal, and you want that 1 seed. You want to have that home field at Citizens Bank Park. That is the spot to be. The players love playing there, and everybody knows it.
That's the biggest thing, is getting home field advantage and having that possibility if you play the Brewers, having the home field in those games against the Brewers. So, yeah, to me, I tweeted it out this morning. Now it's all pedal to the metal. It is all forward. Brewers coming after you. Hashtag, this is my crew. We're coming after you.
Yeah, I hope so. I hope so. Now, I heard you had Jeff Kerr on earlier today, and I heard you guys talking about the starting rotation for the postseason, okay? He's okay going lefty, 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 and I'm assuming you're okay still. Am I correct in saying that you would go lefty, lefty, lefty first 3 games, no matter what?
I didn't say no matter what. I have no problem doing it. If I feel that they're the 3 best guys, and right now I do, and I don't know that there's a lot of time. Like, I think really the only guy that might be able to change my mind is if Walker Buehler has like 3 just absolutely, star-studded performances here. That might be able to but Nola, for me, is out.
Okay.
Nothing Nola can do. There's Nola the rest of the way, I am out. He cannot win me back over.
I want to see if this stat will change your mind. I just want to see if it'll change your mind. Heading into that game against the Kansas City Royals, okay? Pitched well for 4 innings. Pitched fine for 4 innings. In his previous 7 games in which the Phillies could clinch a postseason berth, clinch a division title, or a postseason series, he was 4-1 with a 1.62 ERA heading into that game against Kansas City. And he gave you 4 pretty good innings. 5th and 6th totally fell apart. So hearing that, and hearing how good he is in clinching games, that one was a little different. It's early on in September. He's coming back from injury. Does that change your mind at all with him in clinching a postseason berth, clinching a division title, or a postseason series, 4-1, 1.62 ERA? Does that even give you any more consideration of starting Nola in the postseason?
No, I know what he's done in the playoffs. I mean, he has had big games. He has clinched a lot of big moments for this team over the years. But this year, he just does not have it, and he has hurt this, situation. I cannot be down because of the Nola coaster. I can't be down in a game where I scored 2 runs in the first inning, and then you give me 4 right back the other way. Can't happen. I can't have that happen. And all of the metrics this year suggest no consistency, is not the same guy that pitched all those big games.
Then what is his role on the postseason roster? If you're not starting him, or does he have any role on the postseason roster? Is he just an extra arm at that point?
Well, I'll tell you what. Our buddy over at Phillies Tailgate put out their
I saw this.
He put out their playoff roster, okay? And I thought this was kind of interesting because you and I have debated about them.
Phillies Tailgate's prediction.
Yeah, this is who they're predicting to be on the roster. And he has 12 pitchers on that roster, and one of the 12 pitchers on the roster was Aaron Nola. Now, I'm a little surprised by that because obviously Nola would not pitch, in theory, Nola would not pitch in that first playoff series, which is a 5-game series. You do not need a fourth starting pitcher in that game. So for Nola to be on that roster, I'm trying to think of what kind of role he would have to even put him on that roster. That's where, to me, it doesn't make a lot of sense for the first round of the playoffs. Now, if you're saying he's your number 4 pitcher, that's a different story. But in the first round, you don't need a number 4 pitcher. So this is a look at Phil's Tailgate. Good follow. Everybody should be following those guys on Twitter, okay? So he has Christopher Sanchez, Ranger Suarez, Jesus Luzardo, and Aaron Nola. Then he's got Duran, Strom, Banks, Robertson, Kerkering, Miza, Trevino, Walker, Buehler. So that's the 12 pitchers that he says that he's predicting. Then your position players are JT, Bryce Harper, Bryson Stott, Trey Turner, Alec Bohm, Max Kepler, Harrison Bader, Brandon Marsh, Kyle Schwarber, with a bench of Rafael Marchand, Edmundo Sosa, Nick Castellanos, Otto Kemp, and Johan Rojas. So he's got Rojas, I would imagine, for speed and defense late in the game.
Yeah, I tend to agree with that roster. Walker Buehler, that threw in the pipe dream of Taijuan Walker. When they signed him, that essentially knocked Taijuan Walker out of the roster. That's essentially what that did. Now, the question becomes is how confident are the Phillies in Aaron Nola? Because Rob Thompson has stuck up for him many times. And he has pitched in big games for this team before. I laid out the stat of the clinching games that he has had success in. Obviously, did not have success against Kansas City on Sunday. Fell apart after those 4 innings. He started off great. So you wonder how they play this. Are they going to go the 3 lefties? And it depends. Like we have talked about a couple of times, are they going to play the lefty-heavy Dodgers? Then you go the 3 lefties. That's fine. You can win with that.
Which is funny because last night, Muncy, a lefty, hit the home run, right? You had the lefty in that spot there.
They're just good hitters. They're just good hitters. They're just great hitters, to say the least.
But the guys who got you last night, Freeman had a hit off of Suarez. I do remember that. So the lefties did have hits against your lefties. But, yeah, against the Dodgers, I don't have any problem throwing the 3 lefties against them back to back to back. And quite frankly, if they're your 3 best pitchers, and right now, I think we have enough of a sample size to say that those 3 guys have separated themselves. Luzardo, Sanchez, obviously, and Suarez. I know a lot of people are holding on to this Suarez pitching out of the bullpen.
No.
But I don't see it happening.
That was negated when Wheeler went down. The Suarez thing's out. He has to start. There's no way he can't start in the postseason anymore. Because Wheeler went down, Ranger has to start. There's no ifs, ands, or buts there. He is starting in the postseason. That pipe dream is long gone. Long gone.
Yeah, I think he is pretty clearly right now your number 2 guy. And then, obviously I think just by the numbers, Luzardo is clearly your number 3 guy. The only reason that Luzardo would not be the 3rd guy is if you want to find a way to shoehorn Nola in there because you think you owe it to him. And to me, I don't think that's going to happen. We all could be wrong. I think he has just not pitched well enough this year. Now, if you're just going off of his history, in the postseason, he's been okay. He's had some big games, but his ERA in postseason baseball is 4.02. He is 5-4. So he's been about an average pitcher. He's had he had that one series against Miami. He was really good in that series. The series against Atlanta, In 2023, he was really good. He was really good in the St. Louis series. He was really good in the Atlanta series. That was in 2022. Yeah. He's had some really good series, but then he's like Nick Castellanos, man. He's really good against Atlanta. Then he went against the Padres, and he was terrible.
And did you notice, though, and this is another reason why he could start in that first series. Did you notice all of those were either wild card rounds or DS rounds that you mentioned, that he was good in those
series? You got to keep in mind.
I'm just saying.
When he was pitching in those series, he was clearly the number 2 pitcher on the team.
I understand. But then you also have to add in the factor of, does his stuff play out of the bullpen, or are you just not going to use him at all? That is the question, because I can't see him coming out of the bullpen. No way, no how. He does not have the stuff. He's never done it before. I would not trust him to do that. So he's either starting or he's not being used. It's either one.
I don't see him as an option out of the bullpen. Now, the question would be, I just read off the list that Phil's Tailgate put out there. They had 12 pitchers on that roster. Nola was one of them. I don't know if that's just a token, hey, you're on the roster because we don't want to disrespect you or what, but he really would have no role if he's not starting.
Yeah, he would have zero role if he's not starting. So it's that simple. I'm curious to see how this shakes out because it's such we have talked about this even when they had Wheeler before early on in the season. We were like, I wonder who's going to start because Nola gets hurt. When he comes back, he had a decision to make. Then Wheeler gets hurt. He struggled since he come back. So it's a whole thing. He's had postseason success before. He's pitched well in some games. We'll see if they owe it to him and they give him a start in the postseason. All right, before I get out of here, I got a couple other nuggets I wanted to get to. Did you see nugget number 3? The Chiefs are getting roasted on social media right now. This
I did
is
see
hysterical.
This, yes.
I'm cracking up at this. When I saw this, I literally laughed out loud. I LOL'd in person. It was fantastic. So the Chiefs put out an article.
By the way, that's not saying much. You laughing out loud.
I know it isn't, but this was actually really funny. So the Chiefs put out a tweet, I guess, to their website, just going over. It was a game story of the Eagles and Chiefs game from this past Sunday, and they tweeted it and quoted it with, "Our defense held the Eagles to their lowest offensive output since week 6 of the 2021 season." That's true. It's a true statement. However, they lost. They lost that game. They lost the Super Bowl. So people are going nuts just tweeting at them. That's great. So what, are you going to hang a banner for holding them to their lowest offensive output since week 6 of 2021? That's great. You lost the game. So it was a funny caption that they put out and are getting slammed, especially by Eagles fans on social.
Yeah, I mean, in the world we live in today, that's, they're just finding something. It's like when the social media team, when the team loses, and it's just like, we lost. When you have nothing that you can really highlight in there. If you get no hit, the baseball, it's basically like, hey, we got no hit. What am I supposed to do? We lost. Try again tomorrow. The Chiefs actually, though, trying to find a positive statistic in the loss is kind of funny.
Yes, that was the only really positive statistic that they said. Someone put in one of the comments, #analytics in response to that tweet, but I thought it was hysterical that they're trying to find something, some positive takeaway from that loss, and there really hasn't been one. I mean, you had the Chris Jones thing, yelling at Jalen Hurts, that went viral, that was caught on the broadcast, and Hurts essentially telling him, hey, we're winning the game. So this kind of piggybacks off that a little bit because that got a lot of notoriety as well after the game.
Well, and listen, the game itself, some people believe, it's kind of maybe the game that I talked about it yesterday as kind of the end of the Chiefs as we kind of knew them, right? That was their game. They're at home. They've lost 3 in a row now. You lose at home when you can't go 0-2 and they lose that game. It's like, hey, have we now seen the beginning of the end of the Chiefs?
Listen, they were missing a couple receivers as well, but they are 0-2. It is something to watch for. All right, final nugget before I get out of here. Watching last night's Monday Night Football games. By the way, not a fan of the Monday night doubleheader. Just I knew they used to play it back like simultaneously. Now they moved the game back with the West Coast thing. I don't know how much I love that. Just keep one game on Monday night. That's much better. But anyway, I do want to talk about something that was noticed last night. That Tom Brady was up in the booth with a headset on for the Raiders. Now, Tom Brady is a minority owner of the Las Vegas Raiders. He is also a part of the Fox broadcast team, the number one broadcast team for Fox. And he is also somebody who has to call games throughout the week, right? So he also called the game against a division rival, which is the Chiefs of the Raiders. There is a lot of questions, and we've talked about it on the Nuggets before. Can you do both, being a minority owner of the team as well as being in the broadcast booth calling NFL games? It begs into question a little conflict of interest, Mike.
I mean, sure, it's a conflict of interest. I mean, but what are you going to do? I mean, the league wants him calling these games. He's the highest profile player maybe in the history of the game, and he is on your broadcast team. They want him on those broadcasts. It's incumbent on the team to not give information to him when he's in those meetings. Now, I think the team did come out today and said, like, he can't be in those meetings anymore or something like that.
Yeah.
But I don't know. I know it seems like this big crazy thing. The guy owns the team. He's going into these meetings and he's getting all this information. And he's had a sketchy past in terms of cheating. There's no question about that.
It just begs the question.
It does. Like, I think it's a fair question. But the league has the highest profile quarterback of multiple generations on their broadcast team, and they feel like that is more important than him not being a part of it because he's a minority owner of the Raiders.
Yeah, it's something to keep an eye on, to say the least, because, I mean, like you said, he's had a little bit of sketchy past, and, you know, it's a conflict to be doing both. And I know he's not allowed in the rooms anymore and stuff like that, but it's a little interesting.
Well, one of the things too is like most people have kind of laughed it off because the Raiders have been so bad, and they're like, "Well, the Raiders aren't going to be any good anyway. What's the difference?" You know, but as they kind of possibly, now we'll see, get to respectability with Pete Carroll as the coach, will this be a little bit more? Now, Adam Schefter tweeted out earlier, the NFL announced today that Tom Brady is prohibited from going to a team facility for practices or production meetings, but he is allowed to sit in the coach's booth per the league. So he cannot go to the opposing teams or the teams that he's broadcasting.
And that started last year.
He was not at the Eagles facility or practice or production meeting this week for the game.
Yeah, and that hurts you as a broadcaster, honestly. That hurts him in that sense. So, I don't know. It's interesting stuff there with Brady being in the booth. But, hey, a division champ nugget for you today, Mike Gill. A little 4-pack for you.
There we go. All right, Nick's Nuggets, of course, they're always brought to you by the Hub, gear that works as hard as you do. Earnshaw is back again tomorrow with more Nuggets here on the Sports Best. Thanks, Nick.
All right, I'll talk to you.
All right, Sports Bass Live, 97.3 ESPN, the 97.3 ESPN free mobile app. And don't forget, we've got One Thought every game. Casey Joyner coming up next to look back at week 2 of the NFL. Hey, there's that sounder right there, 609-573-3776, caller number 7. Right now, caller 7, 609-573-3776, caller 7. You have a chance to win Eagles-Giants tickets for their Thursday night game at MetLife Stadium. Pair of tickets to the game, transportation to and from, and the biggest tailgate party at MetLife Stadium. You must be present to win on Wednesday, September the 24th, when the Sports Bash is live at Maynard's in Margate. The live show will draw one lucky winner, and that person is going to see the Eagles and the Giants at MetLife Stadium with all of the Eagles fans on the bus. A huge tailgate party and more. You must be present to win. Caller 7. Good luck. All right, just after 5, Sports Bash Live, 97.3 ESPN. Got our latest qualifier. Want to congratulate him. We'll see you at Maynard's at Margate. Chad from the Villas. Chad and Mark and Rob all qualified earlier today. Got one more chance to qualify tonight. This hour, listen for that sounder to go off. Week 2 is in the books. Can't believe it already. 2 Monday nighters last night. Full slate on Sunday and a Thursday nighter. We're going to look back. One thought every game. Casey Joyner from The Athletic set to join us as he does each and every Tuesday. When the week ends, we go back and have one thought every game here on the Sports Bash Live on 97.3 ESPN. And, man, we go back to Sunday and look at the Eagles and the Chiefs. And Casey Joyner, you wonder, have we seen kind of the end of the Chiefs' empire as we knew it? The Eagles, it's a fight. They had to go in there and scratch and claw their way through. Not a big offensive game. What are we seeing from the Eagles' offense? Their offensive coordinator, Kevin Batula, today, he's getting grilled about why they're not having bigger plays going down the field. You talk a lot about, big plays down the field. You're not seeing it from this Eagles' offense, but what are we seeing from this Eagles' offense so far early in the season?
Yeah, you're definitely not seeing much in this Eagles offense. It's just there's not a lot of verticality, and it's not that they're not. It's not like they're not having success at it. They're just not even trying it. Look at the metrics from this game on True Media right now. The Eagles had 4 passes, vertical passes. That's passes traveling 11 or more air yards. Hurts completes 1 for 28 yards. That's 7 yards per attempt. Those are just ridiculously low numbers. I mean, that would give you. If you had that over a course of a season, you did 68 vertical passes. That's just extraordinarily low number. They didn't throw much to do that in the first game. I just think what they're saying is, look, if defenses aren't going to give us looks that we like in coverage, we're perfectly willing to just keep running the ball and trust our fantastic defense. We're willing to go that route. You can't live like that all year long. I don't think you got to be able to get vertical. But I think right now they're willing to say, look, as long as it's working, we're going to keep doing this. But, 4 passes, 4 vertical passes, it is. It's not. People are right. They're not just not. Don't feel that you're not going deep. They're just not.
Yeah, they're not going deep, but it's one of those things where they're predicated on not turning the ball over, and they kind of trust when they need a play that Jalen Hurts will make that play for them.
They will, and it looks like he has. And the thing is that I think for the Eagles, you trust that if we ever do need to get into a shootout, like this game never got us to the point, 10-10 halftime, yeah, but you're still up 13-10 in the fourth, and you're not ever in a situation where you got to go into scoreboard shootout mode. I think they feel if we ever have to do that, we've got the people to do it. And again, if we're not getting the looks that we expect to get, I'm looking here at if you're looking at pass coverage schemes, you look at it, say too high, when you don't usually want to throw against too high. If you're going to say cover 6, only 9 passes when they were sitting in too high. I think Eagles just said, look, if you're going to sit back with 2 safeties, we're just going to keep running the football. You're going to have to give us a 1 safety lick before we go deep, and I think that's what they're going to do all year.
Well, last year they ran the ball really well. I mean, you saw big-time that year, 2,000 yards. What about the running game? You got 22 carries, 88 yards. Is the running game okay?
It is. Spagnuolo's a tough defense to run against. He does a lot of creative things, but it comes to stopping the run. You got Chris Jones screaming at Hurts at the end of the game. You guys didn't even get 100 yards and things. Well, they kind of did, but and Hurts had the right retort. But the idea that Jones knows and the defense knows, look, we did a lot of good things against you, and if you as a defense know that you can make the offense run, if you say, hey, we could sit back up there, we could sit in 2 deep, and you're going to run the ball, there are things you could do with your front if you're a smart defensive coordinator. They could go ahead and still slow the run game down. Spagnuolo is an expert at this. Not everybody in the league is. So I look at the run game and go, okay, Barkley's not done that much so far, but all right. When you're going up against Spagnuolo defense every week, you'd have a problem with it. But he's not. You're going to face some coordinators who aren't as good as Spagnuolo. So not too concerned about the ground game here.
So when you watch Kevin Batula's offense so far, is there plays to be made they're not making, or are they just being conservative and safe?
I'll go back to when they've got the 2 high shell, either cover 2, cover 4, cover 6. Hurts has 9 pass attempts, 7 completions, 31 yards, 3.4 yards per attempt. He sacked twice in those coverages too. So I really think it's a bit too conservative for my taste, because if they're going to go cover 2, you still have some things like you're going to have. They've got middle of the field open. You can still go down. You can still do post routes and things. You should be able to tackle post and seams. But I think that they just said, look, like you said, if we win the turnover battle, we think we win the game. So you're going to sit back and play cover 2. We will dink and dunk all day long until you put us in a situation where we have to do something else. And that's the thing. If you're a team facing the Eagles, hey, you know what? they can play this type of game and still win. What are you going to do as a team to get them to do things that they don't want to do? Because right now the Eagles are saying, look, we're still doing exactly what we want to do and we're winning, so I guess we don't feel so bad about it.
Defensively, they sent the house this time, 11 blitzes. In the Super Bowl, they didn't blitz at all. I guess, does that have more to do with Kansas City's offense?
I think it does. And I think they wanted to be like, I think they wanted to flip the entirely and go, you think you're going to get what you're going to get in the Super Bowl. If you give Andy Reid and Patrick Mahomes, if you let them know what they're going to see, I mean, you can say it with any quarterback, but especially those, if you give them a look at, hey, we're going to use that same game plan, that would have been a huge mistake because they will tear you apart. But they did a lot of blitzing. They still played too high coverage in a lot of places, and Mahomes didn't have that much success against it. 9-13 for 103 yards, and he faces 2-4-6 coverage. So that's good, but it's not great. You're not hitting the big plays, and I think they also knew you don't have big play receivers. Worthy's out. Hollywood Brown's a dink and dunk receiver. You don't have guys who can get downfield. Kelsey's not what he used to be. So fine, we're just going to get you a lot of pressure on you. So you're going to have to throw all those short passes. When you throw those short passes, now you're playing exactly the kind of game we want to play because we don't want to get in the shootout mode. We want to keep it in dink and dunk mode.
All right, Casey Joyner, one thought every game. Obviously, the Eagles win that game. Chiefs, this is the end of the Chiefs as we know them.
You got the Giants this week. If they lose to the Giants, I'd have a little more concern for the Chiefs. Right now, 0-2. Now, mind you, again, they lose to the Chargers. Chargers win. So, all right, you're back at the Chargers. You're a de facto 3-game deficit there. They're still that good. They got to get healthy. They got to get Worthy back. Kelsey's got to step back up. We're going to get Rice back at some point, and they've got to get going. What they've lost right now is their margin for error. Because if you lose a couple more games, you're probably not the number one seed. If you're not the number one seed, now you're going on the road for a playoff game or two. Okay, now it's a totally different scenario. So I'm not going to count them out yet, but this is a real bad place. They don't have margin for error anymore.
All right, one thought every game. Casey Joyner from The Athletic. Let's get into it. Back on Thursday night, Washington and Green Bay. Washington had all sorts of problems. Obviously, the defense of Green Bay, kind of suffocated them. Looks like Green Bay is for real, and I don't know, do we have questions about Washington now?
I think we do have questions about Washington now. And mind you, Green Bay, that defense is it's really, really, really good. Fantasy-wise, it might be the best defense out there. And if they can play this sort of defense, if they could do this, if this keeps up, they're really dangerous. But for Washington, you lose Eckler. Daniels is now banged up. Bill isn't the back they thought it would be in week one. Yeah, your receiving core is good, but not great maybe. Yeah, if I'm Washington, I'm worried too.
One thought every game, Sunday slate. Jacksonville, Cincinnati. Cincinnati loses their quarterback. They do get Browning to come in. They win the game there, 31-27. But quarterbacks dropping like flies. You saw Jaden Daniels went down. Now it is Joe Burrow that is down, and that could really put a big old wrench in the Bengals' season.
It could. I wrote about it for my fantasy article at The Athletic, and that you should trade Jamar Chase if you can because he's not going to be as good, nowhere near as good. He scored 8.5 fewer points per game with Browning at quarterback, does a Burrow. The Bengals can look. The Bengals actually, believe it or not, Browning is one of the top backup quarterbacks. They can still make the playoffs. Just the idea of them being a Super Bowl contender, no. In Jacksonville, hey, look, you got the coach yelling at the quarterback. They've got some pluses there, but I think they're not happy. They had a chance, I think, to win this game if you get a quarterback throwing 3 picks and they didn't do it. So kudos to the Bengals, and I'm the Jaguars. You got to do better than this.
One thought every game. Let's go. This was a shootout game. Giants in Dallas, back and forth. This was the game that was on in our market. So I was watching this thing, and crazy. You run the ball to set up a 64-yard field goal, and they go to overtime. But what a shootout game. 450 yards from Russell Wilson.
Russell Wilson had more fantasy points on vertical passes than any quarterback since 2022. It's been a while since a quarterback's done that well. Cowboys secondary is terrible, and Neighbors and Robinson, hey, you've got that good. And Wilson's still a good vertical passer. He was last year too, so that's big for them. But in Cowboys, you can keep up in it. You can win a shootout. They're hard games. We talk about it here all the time. Shootouts are hard games to win. 50-50 props, and the Cowboys got one that's big. And Aubrey, thing is, when he goes out there to 6-yarder, I'm like, he's probably going to hit this because he's that good. They have that much confidence in him. Best kicker in the league, and he helps you win a game. That's why you pay attention to special teams.
Crazy there. All right, 52-21, Lions all over the Bears. We had questions about both these teams coming in. It looked like the Lions at least answered some. The Bears have some problems.
Yeah, the Lions showed that, okay, hey, we now know week one is probably more about Green Bay's defense being really good than Detroit's offense being really bad. Detroit can still do what it can do. That's a big plus for them. And yeah, Chicago. Look, Williams. He's got a new coach, and we know the coach is very good as far as developing quarterbacks and developing offenses. Chicago, just take a deep breath. I know you're 0-2, but things will get better, and they are going to get better. But Detroit, Detroit's got a big game this week, though. I mean, they don't have much margin for error the way the NFC is going and things. So they got to beat Baltimore this week, and they needed this win. In fact, they saw it as a must-win and got it.
One thought every game. We know the Rams are coming to Philadelphia, but first they had to go to Tennessee, and they suffocated. Cam Ward had the big throw, but that's about all they could muster. The Rams put up 33, and Devontae Adams, welcome back.
Yeah, Devontae Adams, welcome back. The Titans might have the worst offense in the league. They're just atrocious. Ward will get better, but this is going to be a long year there. But Adams is back. Week 1 it was Nakua. Nakua still got 8 catches, but Adams was the guy in this game, so it's a big plus for them. By the way, though, the run game didn't get much done. It did take a while for the Rams to get going. The Titans, if nothing else, they have a really good defense. So it's one thing that if you're looking at matchups coming up and know that Tennessee is a really good defense, but that the Rams could score 33 against that defense, kudos to them.
All right, one thought every game. New England beats Miami. Miami at least showed a pulse in this game, but, at the end, just not enough, and a lot of questions about Miami. New England gets to 1-1.
They do, and Vrabel's getting to play the kind of offense that he wants to play. I did a review of Stevenson and Henderson for my fantasy football article at The Athletic, and Stevenson's the lead back there, and Henderson's the alternate back, or Thunder and Lightning, as it were. So that's where they are right now, but it works. I mean, if you're Vrabel, you're going to have plenty of carries to go around. Ray carrying the ball 10 times too, so big plus for them. But the Dolphins, it looks better, but it's just like you just still got the sense that this team, just like, even though they had the big game the big play at the end, it looked like they were going to get the win, and then they didn't. You just feel the air going out of these guys. And now they got Buffalo this week. If they go 0-3 and Buffalo blows them out, if you're the Dolphins, you're probably already 4 games down to your division. You can't win the division championship after week 3. I don't know how long McDaniel makes it.
Ooh. One thought every game. San Francisco, Mac Jones steps in for 279. The Saints just not enough there. Obviously, they fall 26-21, but Mac Jones in there for Purdy. That could be an interesting story.
Kyle Shanahan knows the thing is true about quarterbacks, and he's developed his share over the years. And I mean, Mac Jones has talent. We saw that in New England. He has some talent and things. They gave him a system and such. And mind you, to do what they did, McCaffrey only puts a 55 on the ground and puts 107 total. But still, the ground game really isn't getting to go on that much. If you get a lean in the pass, they could do it. That's big. You got to say, Spencer Rattler throwing 3 touchdowns. Didn't call that one for this week.
One thought every game. Buffalo all over the Jets 30-10. Not a big game, though, for Josh Allen. It was all James Cook for the most part. But, again, the Jets looks like it could be a long year for that offense.
It does. The Bills, Allen kills many fantasy teams. I have one of them, and I know tons of people out there doing it. But the Bills, they didn't need to. That's the thing. If we don't need Allen, if we don't need him to throw 25 passes, 148 yards, not get much done in the air, if we can just win running the ball, we'll do that because we got a good defense too. And the Jets, though, wow. I mean, after week 1, it's like, okay, hey, maybe this is something different. And now you're already getting the press, getting after their coach and things. It's just looking like another Jets season.
One thought every game. We'll go to Seattle and Pittsburgh. A little bit of a surprise. Seattle goes up 31, and Aaron Rodgers, after a fun first week, did not have a great week last week. It was the Seahawk defense that became the story.
Seahawk defense played really with McDonald. McDonald is a really good defensive coach, and it showed up here. The thing I got to rub off on Pittsburgh, where's your defense? Their coverage metrics are some of the worst in the league. They're giving up vertical passes. They allowed Walker to run for 105 yards. That the fantasy manager is going to bench him after week 1 because he looks so terrible. I mean, it's the Pittsburgh defense. If they don't get that defense short of us, Rodgers struggling against a really good defense, that's one thing. But their defense can't play well. They don't have the firepower to win those sorts of games. So Pittsburgh got some problems.
Casey Joyner, one thought every game. Well, Baltimore 41, Cleveland 17. Probably not a lot of thoughts about Cleveland's offense here. It was all Baltimore.
That Cleveland was only down 20-10 going into the fourth quarter says something, but it also says that Baltimore can have a 10-point lead going into the fourth quarter and just just put their foot on the gas. They're that kind of dangerous and things. I think they've got we'll talk about it on Thursday, but they got the game coming up against Detroit coming up on Monday night. That could be an 80-point game.
One thought every game. How about this one? Indianapolis gets to 2-0. Daniel Jones, Jonathan Taylor. It looks like the Colts could be for real. They beat a playoff team in Denver.
I thought that week 1 performance was, okay, Miami just stinks, and Daniel Jones played well against them. All right, maybe kudos to him. But Daniel Jones, when he came into the league, it was, hey, he's got some talent and things, and Dable's there. But that whole New York situation, I think going to a place in Indiana where he doesn't have the same kind of media pressure that he does everywhere else, I think that might be just exactly what he needed. I'm not saying he's going to be a great quarterback, but could he be a league average? Sure, and Taylor's great, and the Broncos defense, I was like, where'd you guys go? Because the Broncos defense has maybe the best in the league, and they didn't show it.
Yep, that's a great point there. Yeah, Daniel Jones, we know he could run the ball. Like, he has some ability to run. He has 3 rushing touchdowns. Carolina, Arizona. It was all Arizona. Then here came Carolina. Not enough, 27-22. Bryce Young did have a big day, but it wasn't enough as Arizona is now 2-0. Looks like Josh Sweat is helping them out.
He is. He's on my fantasy bench in my ADP league, so he's not going to be next week. The Panthers showing some moxie. I was glad to see that. The Cardinals, they're a good team. They've got a big game this week. It's going to be 2-0 this week versus the Niners and things. I mean, they're an up-and-coming team. I was honestly glad to see the Panthers because after the way they'd ended last season, I mean, we all hate seeing terrible football. I was like, man, after 6 quarters, they look like they're just an awful team, and to still fight back through them, like, okay, at least this team has some life. You've got to, they did something the Dolphins didn't do in week 1 and almost didn't do some of week 2 and things. You want to see that fight. So glad to see it. McMillan looked good. Renfro looked good. So kudos to them. But the Cardinals, we'll find out next week if they truly are a contender, which they may be.
One thought every game. This looked like a game that wasn't going to have a touchdown scored on it till late, and Atlanta got it. They win 22-6. All the feel-good McCarthy stuff kind of went out the window, not only with his play, he then got hurt and will not play the next couple of weeks here, but Atlanta is now all of a sudden more interesting. They get a road win on a Sunday night.
38 rushes between Robinson and Algier, and Penix had 1 rush too. He had the kneel down things, but I mean, you're getting the ball that much to your backs, and again, that's probably what you want to do against the Vikings because the Vikings, Flores is really creative in coverages, and that's great. But if you can keep running the ball, your coverages don't matter. If you whatever you sit in, I mean, it can help you with your run fits and things, but it really doesn't matter. So, got to give Atlanta credit for having that kind of game. But like you said, McCarthy, now we played 8 quarters. He has 1 good quarter in those 8 quarters. He looked terrible in all the rest of the quarters, and now he's hurt. I mean, I'm a Michigan guy, and it's like he could do things in Michigan, but it was okay, intangibles, all that stuff. Hey, intangibles can only go so far. You got to be able to make the plays, and he hasn't so far. So Minnesota's got a problem.
One thought every game, Tampa, Houston. Fun game last night. Not a lot of scoring, but back and forth they went, and Baker comes up big in some big moments. Houston's offensive line looks like a problem.
That's going to be a problem all year. They couldn't block against the Rams. They couldn't block last night, and that's the reason that Stroud. That's a great matchup for them, coverage-wise. The Buccaneers are terrible secondary. They have awful metrics, but if you don't get the time to throw, you're not going to be able to take advantage of it. So, big problem for them. Plus, they can't run the ball too. I mean, Chubb 43 yards leads them. It's just you don't have much there. I got to give Tampa credit. They've got Irving and White now kind of being maybe not a platoon, but maybe more like lead alternate because White's getting enough carries and things. But you've got Evans. You've got Shepard put up a play last night. Abuka put up another touchdown. You've got some good players, and they might have Godwin coming back soon too. So if Tampa could be they've been into the playoffs the past few years. I think they have a chance to push towards maybe an NFC Championship berth if they stay at this level.
Yeah, they've been together. That core group of guys has been together on offense there for a bit, and they added Igbukwe in there. They are a interesting team there. And then finally, one thought every game, we got the Chargers and the Vegas Raiders last night. Raiders just couldn't get anything going offensively. That Chargers defense is really good, but the Raiders did, fight and claw and showed that they are not the same old Raiders.
They do. Lots of moxie. You got to give them credit. Like you said, they're going to keep fighting, and that's a big plus because they played terrible last night. And Geno Smith's a better quarterback than that. But Jesse Minter, he'll be a head coach soon. Again, some of these Michigan guys had so much success at their Michigan, now they're all in the league. But Jesse Minter is a really creative defensive coordinator. When you start reading up on the way he does things and such, I mean, he's one of the sharpest minds in the business. And Geno Smith found out last night that a 2 3 picks. But Justin Herbert, this isn't going to, I'll make a Chargers joke. This isn't going to be Eric Harbaugh versus Eric Coryell back in the day. I'm going to date myself there, but Herbert showing that if you need me to throw big plays, I can do it. I got Johnston, he's got Allen, he's got McConkey, and he's got 3 really good receiving threats. Like, hey, if we need to go aerial, we can do it, even if it's just for a time. So that adds a dimension to the Chargers they didn't have last year and kind of makes them dangerous.
There you go. One thought every game in the books. Week 2 is over with. We are on to week 3. It all starts Thursday night, and you can listen to the game right here on 97.3 ESPN. It's Dolphins and Bills. Not a great one, but the Bills can put the knockout punch to the Dolphins season. Dolphins trying to save their season. Listen to the game right here. And listen, for One Thought Every Game on Thursday show with Casey Joyner from The Athletic, and make sure you get all his coverage of Week 2 and 3 at The Athletic and at Casey Joyner TFS. We'll see you on Thursday.
That's okay, back. Thanks.
All right, Casey Joyner, everybody, here on the Sports Bash Live, 97.3 ESPN free mobile app. And, of course, we're streaming the video live over on the YouTube channel at Mike Gill Show, on the Twitter X platform at Mike Gill Show. You can follow, like, share, subscribe. Easy to do. If you want to be a part of the show, text in 609-403-0973. Subscribe and watch the Sports Bash on YouTube and the X platform. All right, coming up, Frank's Phillies mailbag as the Phillies win the division last night. What's next for this team? What are some of the questions you have about this Phillies team? We have Frank Klose and the Phillies mailbag coming up next right here on the Sports Bash Live on 97.3 ESPN. 529. Thanks to Casey Joyner. His appearance was brought to you by BMW of Atlantic City. Your luxury BMW experience is closer than you think. Take advantage of exceptional savings and luxury today. BMW Atlantic City, Egg Harbor Township. Phillies tonight in action. Of course, they're out in L.A. Late night taking on the Dodgers. If you were up late last night, you saw the clincher and a little party in the locker room. Is it the hangover game, or we think the Phillies have bigger fish to fry? Frank Klose, 97.3 ESPN.com, has his Phillies mailbag up on our website, 97.3 ESPN.com. And he joins us right now with this week's edition of the Phillies mailbag with Frank Klose here on the Sports Bash. What's up, Frank?
Not much. A little tired today. A little late night last night, but other than that, pretty good.
Yeah, late night last night, watched the Phils. You know, what a game. It had a playoff feel to it, right? I mean, you had an absolute back and forth. Phillies up 1-0, 3-1, cut the deficit. They lose it again. Big home run from Harper. They tie it up on a homer against Duran. They find a way to win. They end up winning the game. But, Suarez gets the, pitches the first 6 innings. But you had what a playoff feel to that game last night, really.
Yeah, I would say so. And I think the nicest part about it from the Phillies' perspective is they resounded when there was a need for a big hit, they got it. And that's pretty encouraging for a team that has high hopes this postseason.
Yeah, not only that, they got it, and you're still shorthanded, playing with a short deck here. No Sosa, so you have to move Stott over there. You got Weston Wilson playing second base. You've had Donovan Walton playing second base. You still don't have Trey Turner. Bohm is not playing, so you have Otto Kemp. Some big hits from guys that you probably weren't counting on. That's kind of been the story the last week and a half here.
Yeah, reminiscent of the 2017 Eagles, right? Next man up mentality, and they really haven't missed a beat. I mean, a lot of teams throughout the course of history, you lose an ace like Zach Wheeler, you might just fold over and give up, right? But no, the team has basically said, all right, well, you know what? That means I have to step up. I'm stepping up. And even losing Alec Bohm and Trey Turner at the same time, they haven't missed a beat. And guys coming up from the minor leagues, some big hits from Otto Kemp, and you got one from Weston Wilson. And Weston Wilson playing second base and Bryson Stott at short. Who would have ever imagined that scenario heading into this season?
Yeah,
but pretty impressive how they resounded.
There was a 5-4-3 double play the other day, and I said, I don't think at any point you could have ever imagined a Otto Kemp to Donovan Walton to Bryce Harper, or maybe, I don't even remember who was. It might have been Weston Wilson at second and Kemp at, but whoever it was an improbable double play combination there, and you're seeing some improbable things here. Ed has an interesting question. We were talking about this earlier. Do the Phillies keep the foot on the gas to pass Milwaukee for the best record, or they kind of coast and regroup and kind of set everything up here? How do you see them finishing these last couple series of the season?
Well, tonight, I think you're going to see a little bit of a break for some. I wouldn't be shocked if Bryce Harper's not in the lineup. I wouldn't be shocked if JT Realmuto is not in the lineup. I think Kyle Schwarber is going to be in there chasing those 58 home runs. But I think what you'll see is a little bit of a breath, but the foot back on the gas. The Phillies are really hoping not necessarily to be the first seed, but they definitely want the bye, right? So I think that is something the Phillies absolutely want to get. 11 games left. Right now, they're 5.5 ahead of the Los Angeles Dodgers for that. Certainly, if you beat them, you can cut that magic number down a little bit for clinching a bye. But the Phillies, I think, maybe just right now after last night, relax a little bit, but they're going to try to win. And, they go from LA to Arizona, by the way, the Arizona Diamondbacks are 1.5 games behind the Mets for that final wild card spot. That kind of happens quietly. I mean, it doesn't help that the other teams that were in contention aren't doing a whole heck of a lot either. The Giants and Reds now 75 and 75 each. They kind of let themselves fall off when they could have taken advantage of the Mets scuffling a little bit. So be a really interesting week on the West Coast. The travel. Phillies had a late plane too 2 nights ago, by the way. More plane trouble trying to get out of Philly. So I wouldn't be shocked if tonight maybe you see some guys take some breaks, but after that I think the Phillies have their eye on that bye. I think they're going to give it their best, but I being that the final two opponents are the Marlins and then ultimately the Twins, Might they selectively give a guy rest here or there? I think they will, but I don't think that. I think they're going to want to first prioritize getting that bye, and they can do that and go a long way. If they win one game, I mean, let's face it, Christopher Sanchez on the mound tonight, that can go a long way to knocking 2 games off that magic number with the Dodgers there towards that playoff bye. But the Phillies don't want to play this wild card series as I think any team would prefer to skip. So I think
Right.
that's the goal there.
Right, and keep in mind, Arizona is an interesting team. You just said they're only a game and a half back. They're going to play the Phillies, and then they play the Brewers. They have a series with Milwaukee coming up. They could factor big still, either getting into the playoffs, knocking someone out of the series from the 1 seed down to the 2. So we'll keep our eye on Arizona. Thanks, Ed, for that question. Let's go to Jerry's question. All right, a lot of people asking this question. Who do the Phillies put in the postseason rotation? We've seen the lefties. They're all set up in this series against the Dodgers. Could this be the same 3 in the same probably not the same rotation. It would probably be tonight, Christopher, then Ranger. But is this your postseason rotation, the 3 guys pitching in this Dodger series?
Well, here's how I would handle it. So the NLDS, the Phillies would only need 3 starters if that's where they end up playing their first games in the playoff. And that's one reason why you want to skip the wild card series, because then you set up your rotation the way you want in the division series. Well, thanks to some days off, the Phillies only need 3 starters. So here's how I would handle it. I would look at who the opponent is, and I would see how games 1 and 2 go with Christopher Sanchez and Ranger Suarez starting. I think they're the 1-2 no matter what. Now, when you get to the need for a 3rd starter, did those lefties do the trick against their opposition, whoever that might be? Or might they need to switch it up and do a righty? To me, I think that's the question that I would ask after game 2 to see if Aaron Nola or Jesus Luzardo starts that 3rd game. And, in a series like that, with the off days, your whole bullpen is going to be available pretty much the entire series. So that can be a short game if you need it to be, right? You can go to the bullpen early if one of them struggles. Of course, Aaron Nola looked pretty good for 5 innings and then kind of fell apart on Sunday. So you got to wonder about his stamina as he continues to come back from that injury. But to me, I think it's going to be about the matchups in the NLDS. And then when you get to the NLCS, the Phillies make it there. I think then all 4 of them start. You go Sanchez, Suarez, if you can line them up in that order. And then I would include Luzardo and Nola in that rotation, maybe breaking up the lefties a little bit by putting Nola 3rd, but again, it depends on the opponent and the matchup. So I think those are the 4 overall, but you only need 3 for that division series. So I would play that on a case-by-case basis.
That's an interesting point you just brought up, because everybody's wondering, if Nola's not a starter, he doesn't really have a role. But you're saying just put him on the postseason roster, not with really any intention to use him unless you're up 2-0, and then you would say, hey, you pitched the closeout game.
Well, only if put it this way, if the lefties match up against the opposing lineup really well, then go with another lefty. Just get it over with, right? In game 3 if you can. So that's how I would approach it. But if I wouldn't say it the way you just said it, because then I think that kind of suggests that, okay, well, we're up, so then we can throw this one away. But it's really not it. I mean, the trouble is going to be the questions of whether or not Nola quote unquote earned it. But I think, they needed to communicate the plan from the start.
I don't know that there's anything he could do the rest of the way to say he quote-unquote earned it. This season has been a nightmare for him.
It has. I mean, overall in his career. But, I think Luzardo pitched very well. Of course, his last start, he got roughed up at first and then proceeded to shut down the Mets for 8 innings worth of outs. So, he's looked pretty darn good too. So, I mean, the lefties are getting – whoever they play – if the lefties are dominating, then I would go with the lefty, but and then maybe you could go Nola otherwise.
Yeah, I saw. I don't know if you saw our buddy Phil's tailgate, who put out his postseason prediction roster. He did have Nola on there. He did not have Taijuan Walker as kind of the odd man out for his playoff roster. He also, are you allowed to sit in the dugout if you're not on the roster?
Yes, you can have a limited taxi squad, I think they call it. So I think whoever isn't the backup catcher is going to be sitting in the dugout as will a pitcher or two. I have to check the rules of it. I think it could be as many as 3, but they are allowed to be in uniform even if they're not playing. Although I remember in 2009 or 2008, the Phillies sent out a meeting home.
Well, listen, I only asked that question because of Stubbs. Does it behoove you to keep Stubbs if he can't sit in the dugout? Because it's obvious that he is a very popular guy. The backup catcher never plays in the playoffs. So do you put him on the roster? But if you can just sit in the dugout, then you might as well roster Marchand in the event that you need Marchand. Because I still think you probably would rather Marchand over Stubbs if you had to, no?
If you had to, I think it doesn't really matter who the backup is because they're getting you through one game, and then obviously you would have to make a roster change to get the other one on. I mean, even if Real Muto is slightly banged up and you don't want to remove him from the roster and make him ineligible for the next one, you probably make a roster change. So that's why you keep the third catcher around. So I would expect they're both in uniform throughout the playoffs.
Now, he has his last guy on the roster is Rojas. Do you anticipate Rojas being back for the playoffs?
The only reason to do that is if you wanted a pinch runner on the base paths. I don't know that he's convinced me that he's smart enough on the base paths to do so. I mean, he can run fast, but I think his I guess that would depend on his base running skills. I haven't sat down and sketched an entire roster to really think about it, but certainly if you don't need a fifth starter, so that usually gives you an extra roster spot for an extra bench bat. But I might be inclined to keep like an Otto Kemp in that spot. So I don't think you need to carry him to be a speed guy.
Yeah, I'm trying to remember. I got to bring that back up. I think he had Kemp on there. I'm trying to think who
maybe Wilson.
I'm pretty sure Wilson was on there. Now, last night, I want to get your thoughts on why Castellanos in that spot.
Respect. I don't know. I was surprised that they were playing the platoon.
Yeah, he had said
there, but.
Right, the fact that he puts him in and then he has to play defense, that's where it kind of got odd last night. I don't know.
I actually thought they would have put Donovan Walton at second and moved Wilson to the outfield personally, but yeah, that was taking a little bit of a risk there. I think I think it was respect. I think they wanted him to be out there when the Phillies clinch. I think that was kind of the thought, and partially the matchup too. Having the right-handed bat against the lefty in that particular situation didn't come through with a hit, but at least they got to be on the field as the Phillies were able to take out the Dodgers there.
Yeah. By the way, his postseason prediction: the bench guys were Marchand, Sosa, Castellanos, Rojas, and Kemp. So no Wilson. So I would think, I don't know. That's a tough. Wilson or Kemp? Who would you take?
Both of them and leave Rojas off.
Keep honestly. Them both. Rojas off.
I don't think that. I think in terms of base running acumen, Wilson will give you just as much, if not more, than Rojas. Just from what I've seen so far.
Chris has a question. Can they afford to sign both JT and Schwarber? Do you try to sign Bader? I mean, you can throw Suarez. I mean, they got a lot of decisions to make at the end here, but those three guys are very, very intriguing.
Well, today in The Athletic, Ken Rosenthal basically said it seems like the Phillies and Kyle Schwarber are ready for a reunion. This is the first time I saw anybody publish any type of numbers, but sounds like around $30 million a year for 4 years, which is a lot to give a guy in his mid-30s. But as the DH, he seems to be showing no real signs of slowing down. So I think if for nothing else, if you're the Philadelphia Phillies, you can't afford, no matter what it costs, to make sure that Kyle Schwarber does not come to the All-Star game in your stadium next year and hit the home run derby for somebody else. So I don't want to say it's a lock Schwarber comes back, but I believe firmly that they're going to get to the finish line there. Now, if you talk about JT, I also tend to think that they're going to get to the finish line. He's going to be 35 next year. Will they work out a deal where he's paid a little bit less, or will they mutually acknowledge that over time he will have to play less and less? Because, I mean, they got great value for those 5 years, and Real Muto hasn't been hurt a whole heck of a lot during that 5-year span. But, the body is the body. You can't defy age forever. And so I think that if they can come to an agreement there as to what's fair, I think he'll be back. I mean, there's not a lot of really good catching options in the system and also out of the system, right? I mean, the Phillies felt comfortable enough trading Eduardo Tait, their best catching prospect, but he was still several years away. So I think the Phillies need to continue to work for a long-term catching option. But I think in the meantime, I'll put it this way. I bet you if the Phillies wanted to deal him, Rafael Marchand could find a starting job in the major leagues next year. I mean, that's how thin the catching position is right now. So I think JT would come back. They just got to find that right number. But then the last one he mentioned was Bader. His contract has a $10 million mutual option, meaning if both parties want it, that it'll vest for $10 million. I could see the Phillies also talking to him about a little bit of an extension. Maybe 3 years and 39 or 40 million gets it done. But I think he's clearly been the answer in center field. And quite frankly, I'm surprised he's been on so many teams in his career, right? I mean, he's been a really nice piece. I know the Cardinals had a glut of outfielders. New York ruins everything usually, I guess. But Minnesota.
He's been on both New York teams.
Yeah, well, yeah. But so I think the deal with Bader is he's going to be. I think he's someone that they can probably work out a multi-year deal in the offseason, and that option becomes rather moot at this point.
All right, Frank Klose's Phillies mailbag back next week. We'll be 1 week closer to Red October, and of course you can listen to the Phillies postseason games right here on 97.3 ESPN and get Frank's Phillies coverage over at 97.3ESPN.com. All right, Frank, stay up late, buddy.
I sure will.
All right, man.
Have a good one, Mike.
Frank Klose, everybody, 97.3ESPN.com. Of course, your Phillies questions every week here on the Sports Bash. The Phillies win the division. They, of course, are heading on to Red October. And as I said, you can listen to every Phillies playoff game right here on 97.3 ESPN. Now, coming up, we'll get ready to wrap up today's show. We got the Phillies and Dodgers tonight, but what else is happening around the league of games you should keep your eye on? We got that next, too. Don't go away. The Sports Bash continues, and we have one more chance for you to qualify for that Eagles trip. How about the number for the Eagles-Chiefs game? Massive. That's next. This is the Sports Bash. All right, we're getting ready to get out of here on a Sports Best Tuesday. Phillies tonight. Here's what's going on around the NL. By the way, over-under viewers for the Phillies, for the Eagles-Chiefs. Over-under 29 million is the number I'm going to throw at you. Over or under?
Over.
You're going over 29 million.
Well, the Eagles' last game would have had way more than that if they didn't have a stupid weather delay. Remember, it was trending in that direction, NBC said.
33.8 million. It's the most watched regular season Eagles game of all time.
Let's go.
Yeah. 33 million.
I had a gut feeling.
Yeah. Massive number. The Eagles.
But hey, who watches sports?
It's about the only thing I think people actually watch on regular television anymore.
That's why all of us are cutting the cord. No one's watching Ion television.
Baseball tonight. Brewers Angels. That's one of the games.
Do the Mets play tonight?
Yes. Reds Cardinals. Keep an eye on that because the Reds are in the mix.
Yep.
The Diamondbacks Giants is an interesting one.
Definitely.
Phillies Dodgers. Do the Mets play tonight? Yes, they play the Padres. The game's on 97.3 ESPN. Oh. Yeah, Padres Mets.
My bad.
Holmes against King is the pitching matchup there. So.
That's an interesting matchup, at least.
And we'll have the Mets and Padres tomorrow night on 97.3 ESPN. Both those teams trying to find their way into the playoffs. The Padres are going to make the playoffs. The Mets are holding off the Diamondbacks and the Reds right now. The Mets
hoping
have been
for the best.
Total disaster. Coming up, we've got busy show tomorrow as we kind of hit the midweek, getting ready for the Rams. But Gary will be here, kind of cap the Phillies and Dodgers series off. Q Myers is back with kind of an NFL rewind, look ahead and look back for week 2 and 3. Brian Baldigger's on the show tomorrow. Baldy, right here on the Sports Bash. So that's on tomorrow's show. All right, that's it for me. Try to stay up late. Go Phils tonight against the Dodgers. Try to catch the brouhahas, and we'll talk to you tomorrow right here on the Sports Bash. But, hey, you got one more chance right now. 609-573-3776. One more shot. Caller 7 to enter to win tickets to go see the Eagles-Giants Thursday night, October the 9th. It's Thursday night football at MetLife Stadium. You'll be on the bus with a ton of Eagles fans going to see the Eagles and Giants at MetLife Stadium. 609-573-3776. You must be present to win at our live show at Maynard's in Margate, 9306 Amherst Avenue on Wednesday, September the 24th. If you are caller 7, you are one step closer to winning Eagles tickets. It's a tough ticket. Eagles, Giants, Thursday night. But this ticket has round-trip transportation to and from MetLife Stadium and the biggest tailgate party you've ever been a part of all day long. Caller 7, good luck. I'll talk to you tomorrow.